All right, good morning. Welcome to this week's SWTOR live stream. We're going to do stuff a little bit different today. Check my mic levels. All right, everything looks good. Maybe a little hot. Let's move the mic a little bit. So I ran a poll on Twitter to try to figure out what's the next content. Got a little bit of feedback there, which ended up being mostly a tie so far. So from that standpoint, not a lot going on, so we're going to do a little bit of mix of things. But this morning I woke up and got a comment on my channel talking about the videos and gearing and different things like that. And so I thought I'd start there. I posted an answer in the comments, but I think we'll start with just somebody was asking, how do I gear? How are my class guides? All right, just checking audios with the family there. So, first thing, I do have a special set of gear. It's on this character right now. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. And so what this gear is it was a reward gear from an event called Dark versus Light. So my first answer to this gearing question is if I am trying to power level, which this character is set up for. What I do is I stack as many XP buffs as I can. So for instance, he still has a consumable XP buff here from the last time I ran him. If there's a double XP event going on, I'll do that. But I do have this set of armor. So this set of armor is known as the Victorious Pioneers set. If you look at the set bonus down there at the bottom, at least up to level 75, I get a total of 50% XP bonus. So my default is going to be, if I am leveling and I want to level fast, I will put this set of gear on. Now, I have a number of videos series. I've got one live stream and 2 video series where I power level. In the first 2 video series, I power level through doing every mission on a planet just to see how fast I can do it, and I did that on a trooper. And then I did another power level through doing just the class missions, I believe. I don't think I even did the planet stories. Might have did the planet stories, but I think it was just the class missions to see how fast I could level. So those video series are up in like half-hour episodes. Beyond that, this character I did in a live stream, in an 8-hour stream, and something went a little bit different. It was a bounty hunter, and I got to level 68 in 8 hours, which was slower than my previous attempts. Next time they do a double experience event, I'm going to go ahead and try a bounty hunter again and a trooper again, to see if something has changed in the leveling and XP payouts, or if the classes are just that much different. Because I also noticed I didn't get as far in those 8 hours. Whereas on the trooper playthrough, I was like 7.5 hours in, and I was already one section into Nar Shaddaa. On the bounty hunter playthrough, I think I had just ended Drome and Koss, so I would have been going to Nar Shaddaa. So anyway, so that's one set of gear that I use. Let's go ahead and get out of that, and we'll pull Decon back up here. So in the poll I asked, should I continue Decon story? Should I start a new character? Should I go Datacron hunting? What else did I have on the list? Oh, doing daily heroic areas. Or anything else. So, like I said, it was mostly a 3-way tie between Datacron hunting, continued decon stories, and doing the new character. So we might do a little bit of all that. Okay, so those are all of my slicing missions that I had run off camera to get rewards. Okay, So let's talk about Decon's gear. So Decon's gear is a mix match of whatever I happened to get while I was playing. I didn't worry too much about it. If I got it from a mission or a loot drop or something like that, I just threw it on. So you're going to see it's just kind of this hodgepodge up to level 246. Now, we have hit level 80, and that changes things a little bit. At level 80, a whole new gearing system kicks in, and we will talk about that here in a moment. But the other thing you'll notice is I use this outfitter thing. Let's get this moved. Move it over there. So this is what his gear actually looks like. If I was running with just, his gear. Now you can turn the helmet view on and off. For some characters, I like the helmet on. For some, I leave it off. Also, if you get a mismatch of gear, another nice thing that you can do is you can unify the colors to the chest piece, so it doesn't look like kind of this weird, you bought all these different sections that don't go together. And then you can also turn those off and on one at a time. So if you really do like the color of a piece of gear, you can change that. Like, so if in this case, maybe I do like the darker boots, so I will wear the darker boots, and I don't like that better. So you can make those changes as well. So unify colors. Now, because I'm streaming, I go ahead and don't want this ever-changing look. So I use the outfitter system. So if I turn that back off, you're going to see here there are slots. This one's broken. That's why I don't run this one. I like this gear set. This is a Star Forager gear set. But these are completely cosmetic. So this is just how your character is going to look. Your stats will come from the actual gear you're wearing. But that way you don't have to look at the ugly gear, or if you don't like a set of gear or something like that. So that one's broken. So then I went ahead and went and grabbed this set of gear. This is a set that I just bought on Fleet. There's nothing incredibly special about it, but it looked bounty huntery. And so I threw it on just to have a consistent look. I don't think I have any other. Oh, there's a set. What did I put here? So yeah, same thing here. Just another set of gear. I don't remember how many outfits that. Yep, and then that's back to my normal gear. Now, they have added a new thing in 7.0, or I think it came out just after 7.0, that you can also do this with your weapon. So again, if I go back to, that's the actual gun I'm carrying. It's kind of hard to see. Let's do it this way. See if we can get a better look. I'm not sure if we will be able to or not. Not really. But anyway, that's the actual gun that I have equipped. Wish they changed this. You used to be able to pan in this view. Makes it hard to see. And again, that'll change as I get different sets of gear and different things along the way. So from that standpoint, let's turn that back off. This is just a reward blaster that I get. HK's 55's blaster. So again, to stay consistent, I went ahead and cosmetically did that one as well. So through the entire streaming series, this is pretty much what he looked like. The gun thing came in a little bit later. So the last year's streams from 2021, that won't be there. But I think I put this set of gear on pretty much from the very beginning, if I remember right. Okay, so that's number 2. Just whatever gear I get along the way, I gear up. Now, if you're over leveled, as I've been in this series on a planet, it really doesn't make a huge difference. So if I look at my ratings here, right, and if you want to pull up all these details, all this data and information and bonuses and stuff like that, that will all get level capped or level synced. So if I go to Droman costs, these numbers will drop. And so there's a natural cap. So it doesn't matter if I have 246 gear or 320 gear, it's pretty much going to be the same. So if you are seriously over leveled and you've got decent gear, it's probably not going to matter much. Now, if you are doing group content, especially in master modes and stuff like that, it actually will start to make a difference. The other thing on gear, is, depending on your class, you'll want to prioritize things, right? So, you know, DPS, we tend to do accuracy. That's a little low. 110 is your goal. If you're doing in-game content, you want to try to get as close to 110 as you can. Once you have accuracy taken care of, then you dig into critical and things like that. If you're a tank, you know, you're going to go with your defensive sides and things along those lines. So we do have an opportunity here, though, since we have hit 320 and I haven't bothered to do it. We can upgrade our gear. So our gear rating right now is 246, which, again, for the content that we were running is probably fine. Let me look and see, have I stowed away any gear crates? So, yeah, I think these are those gear sets I bought on Fleet up there. Do I have anything else tucked away in here? It doesn't look like it. Yeah, just rewards and stuff like that. Okay, so let's take this opportunity to gear ourselves up and see how big of a change it makes. So we're going to go ahead and go to Fleet. And there is a vendor up on Fleet that once you hit level 80, you will start getting 320 gear drops. The new gearing system is based on the content that you do. You'll get different sets of gear. Take a look at that here in the mission rewards in a moment. So there's, like, I think it's divided up into 4. I think it's PvP, operations, flashpoints, and what they call conquest, or mostly solo stuff. You get different, the rating number is the same. So let's get up here, get out of the group of people. But the gear quality or gear rating, rarity rating, does change a little bit. So if we come down here, we're going to see 4 vendors, and we'll start from right and go left. So we've got Flashpoint gear upgrade vendor. We've got the operation gear vendor. We've got the conquest gear vendor. I thought there was a PvP one, but I may be incorrect. Let's look over here. It's cosmetic tacticals, mounts, Kaizyken. What's over here? Light side, dark side stuff. So maybe there's not a separate one from PvP. But there are different currencies, so let's take a look at that. Now if we go into our inventory, our currency inventory, and we're going to come down to this section. So this is all your gearing stuff. So tech fragments are used across the board. We probably need to spend some of those. Conquest combinations are also used in a lot of this kind of stuff. Then you've got the WZ1 accelerant, used to upgrade process for equipment obtained by completing PvP matches and PvP weekly missions. Can be used to upgrade gear at the PvP gear upgrades vendor located on Fleet. So maybe the PvP one might be over in the combat area. If you look at this, the combat training, PvP weapons. That's the ranked stuff. Yep, PvP gear upgrade. So they put him over here instead of over here. So this is kind of like non-PvP, and this is PvP. So that's our number 1. Our number 2 is the operations currency. So material used to upgrade process for equipment obtained by completing operations and weekly missions. Number 3 are daily resource matrices. This is kind of like you'll get it almost everywhere. Pretty much anything you do. And then there's this one, which is the flashpoints one. So what happens? Well, if I look on this vendor, yeah, I don't think I can look because I don't even have any of those. Okay, so we'll use these 2 over here. So these are kind of our generic vendors. Now this one probably is going to give me that same error. Oh, I have 1 set of 320 gear, so let's take a look at that. So boots. I've got these Noble Datacron Bolt Blaster boots. So every class is going to have some set that kind of works like this, right? So this set of gear I got from probably either a Conquest lockbox or something like that. And I can upgrade those there. And that's the same as these vendors over here. But for getting started, they put this vendor here, this Conquest Gear vendor. On this vendor,
see anything you like?
You have basically the ability to purchase a complete set. So once you hit level 80, if you want to kind of get your starter set of 320 gear, you come over here and you grab a set. Now you can sort this by, everything that the vendor has. So, there's going to be stuff up here that isn't linked to me. There we go, like scattergun, not my class. Or you can sort by, which specialty you chose. So if I go pop back in here, we go to our combat style. That's what you have running here. So this is going to change, based off of what you need. Now what's nice is on some of my characters that I switch back and forth between, let's say, DPS and tank, I went ahead and got both sets, and then I can switch back and forth through the loadouts and stuff like that. But we are Pyrotech, and so what we're going to do is we're going to get our first set of gear. Now, we already have the Noble Bolt Blaster's boots, so we don't need those. So, what we are going to do, though, is because we are in control here, we're going to do a little bit of accuracy stacking. So these items here, the yellow ones are accuracy, these are alacrity, and the ones up at the top are your critical rating ones. You have some choices there. The other thing you can choose is you can choose what kind of relics you want to run. I have historically always run Focus Retribution and Serendipitous Assault. Those tend to be my favorite. Although I've been hearing a lot of people push for Devastating Vengeance. So healing an ally or damaging an enemy has a 30% chance to grant critical rating. Nope, sorry, misclicked there. For 6 seconds. This effect can occur once every 20 seconds. So you get a higher chance for crits with that one. With Focus Retribution, healing an ally or damaging an enemy has 30% chance to grant a whole bunch of mastery. And Serendipitous Assault, healing, or whatever it has for power. So, these are nice. If we look at them compared to this one, if you look at the equip, this just happens in the background. So you don't have to do anything. You just play and you get these bonuses. Now, it's a little more unpredictable. Whereas this one, increased power by 2314 for 30 seconds. So if we compare that to our other power one down here, 2892, so it's a little bit less, but this isn't on use. So at a button press, I can get this. So if you want to have more control over that, you can. And so this one out here is the same way. It's on use, increase your alacrity. So if you had a rotation where it's like, if I ping my extra alacrity at this point, it works really, really well, you could use stuff like that. Okay, so let's start. So I'm going to stack accuracy. So I'm going to grab one of those and two of these. So those are our earpiece and our implants. Because they don't cost a ton, so you're looking at, for a currency, we've got the commendations that I was capped at 2,500 on and a bunch of credits. So we'll go ahead and grab all three of these relics just to have some options. See if I decide. I might run the Devastating Vengeance, see if I like it. Then we're going to come up here to our gear. I'm going to go ahead and grab a pistol. And I will grab a generator. Okay, so that is kind of all of my non-armory gear bits. And the next thing we're going to do is go ahead and grab out our set of gear. So we need a helmet, we need a chest piece. Then we're going to need bracers. We need gloves. We need pants. We don't need our boots. We missed a belt. We need belt. And I think that's everything. So let's check. Make sure we got everything here. I think we're good. Okay.
Come again.
So now if we kind of look at where we're at. So damage right now is 12,242. Probably the one I care about the most. 12241.72 DPS in their rating system, right? So let's go ahead and gear this up. Now, the first thing we're going to look at is our accuracy rating. So again, we're shooting for 110% on this. We're currently at 102 because these are critical. There's some accuracy there. So we have some accuracy, 298 and 123. But if you look at these, we're going to gain 499 accuracy. We're going to gain 201 on that one. Oops, didn't mean to click that, but that's fine. Let's grab that. Which one did it replace? Okay. Grab that. Okay, so that got us to 106. For solo content, that's probably fine. The reason we stack to 110 is if you're running things where you have, like a flashpoint or an operation or something where there's a boss. Their defensive capabilities means that if you have 100% accuracy, the defensive capabilities take that down. But if you stack it up to 110, you mitigate that defensive. So you can get back to 100% on those bosses. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and pop these back off so we can see. So we are at 12,242. Let's see how big of a difference this makes. So 12,242. I'm going to do... How do I want mastery or power? Let's do mastery and critical. And we'll play around with that here in a second. Get a new pistol, get a new generator. Bing, bang, bang, bing, bang, bing. So now we're at 19,000. So 242. So we gained about 7,400 DPS. Survivability, I think, was down around 20,000, something like that. So now let's take a look at what the game thinks. So we're going to put our power over top of our critical. Is that the critical one? Nope, this one's the critical one. And see if the game thinks I'm stronger or weaker. The game did not care. All right, let's change that back. And now we will put it over top of our, let's see, Devastating Vengeance. We want to put that one over top of this one. That doesn't seem to matter. Okay, so these stats are not considering the bonus that they do. Since they have the same stats, we're not getting any more or less. So it's just really a matter of where do you want your extra stuff. Now you're getting into a lot of pretty deep theory crafting on, let's pull that one out because it's a little bit different, on rotations and stuff. And this is the kind of stuff that people will pay a lot of attention to if you are running harder mode in-game content, so flashpoints, operations, and things along those lines. If you're not optimally geared for story mode flashpoints or even story mode operations, it probably won't make that big of a difference. Oh, that number dropped, I think. Nope, that's the same. Okay. So that is a little bit of gearing. Now, also down here, you'll notice my item rating is 320. If you are going for gear drops, let's say before the 320 level, this item rating for some things will dictate what gear you get. So if you have an item rating of 200, you'll get gear around there. If you have an item rating of 100, you'll get gear around there. So that is important. Sometimes when I'm leveling, I will take a air quote weaker piece of gear because the item rating is higher, and that will help me get better gear drops down the road. The other thing is, again, these are all green pieces of gear. So, that's just the upgrade path. Now that I have that, then I have access to this vendor. Now you're going to see the cost of this is a little bit higher. You have to turn in the piece of gear. So the Bolt Blaster's belt that I already have, 15 conquest accommodations, not a big deal. 60 daily resource matrices, that'll cost you a little bit. And so that's where that other currency comes in now. So if I want to upgrade this gear, this would be 322. Then I have to spend conquest accommodations, not a huge deal, because we're only looking at like, 15 of those. But depending on how much you play, this daily resource matrix might be a little bit more difficult. So that's where you get that stuff. How much difference does it make? Well, let's look at the chest piece, right? So I'm going to gain some accuracy. That's nice, 20, 31, 10, and 12 as far as stats go here. Mastery, things like that. Also gain some 12 armor, which makes me a little more durable. But again, if you're not doing in-game content, are those stats going to make or break you? Probably not. You get more of those kind of stats if you just go Datacron hunting or something along those lines. Now, can't look at it so much right now, but same thing happens over here. You get blue 320s as drops in flashpoints and master mode flashpoints, and then you can come over here. Let's just do this. Yeah, it won't show it to me because I don't have anything to look at. But it would be the same thing. It's just blue 320s. They're a little bit better on a couple of characters that I have this. A lot of it just seems to be where it shifts the stats. So from my green 320 tank set to my blue 320 tank set, you can tell that the blue set is more about survivability. The green set is more about doing damage. So, if you're doing solo content, even as a tank, you're probably not in a lot of danger of dying. So having, your gear more pushed towards doing more damage just makes your life easier. Whereas if you're doing master mode flashpoints or something like that and you're the tank, it is your job to absorb damage. So this gear, at least in the first set that I got, seems to be more geared toward that. Now the last thing over here is kind of cool is this Implant Researcher. So this is a little mission that you can grab. I'm going to go ahead and switch characters here real quick. And then you have to do things about the galaxy. We'll take a look at that mission because I haven't run it on this character yet. But once you do that and you run those missions, it opens up this Implant Vendor. And the Implant Vendor is kind of cool. This will give you like really high-end implants. Now, the downside to this is depending on how you gear stacked yourself, implants were those first things that we bought that we stacked our accuracy into. So now, if I take these implants, let's close our missions here. What did I just get? Might have been a... Let's go back through... Yeah, companion influencer. So they don't stack the accuracy. So you'd have to move your accuracy into another spot. So let's talk about where you might want to do that. One thing that I haven't even addressed, again, this is more for high-end in-game stuff, is augments. You can actually augment your gear. And with your augments, you can...
And Perlemian hyperroutes. Traveling in convoys is strongly encouraged.
You can actually add a slot, an augmentation slot to your gear. Let's open this up down here. And then you can put an augment in at varying costs. Let's see, I think in Republic it's on the other side, yeah. And so that can be a way to tune your gear. So you get more stats, which is cool. But it also allows you to do stuff like, oh, I need a little bit more critical or I need a little bit more accuracy. And so you can put those augments in. Also, then you have adrenals and, things like that as well, stims that you can run if you're really trying to optimize. Okay, so once you run the mission, this vendor becomes available. And on here, you can get some higher end. So you'll notice I have two 330s, which is the cap on this character. Also, I've spent a little bit of time gearing him up, but I don't think it's very far. Yeah, I've got some 322s. Those are 326s, which are capped out. So if I come over here,
I've got good suppliers. Only the best.
If we look for, you notice there's no longer a an assault cannon on here.
Feel free to browse.
Because I've hit the cap of that vendor's ability to upgrade. So I got 326 there, 326 there, some 322s. There's a 326. These are at 330. And it looks like mostly 322 is where I'm at. It looks like I need a set of bracers. So that is how this gear system works. Now there's more to it than that. I'm pretty sure that there's also a way to convert between gear sets, but I don't know. I haven't dug that deep into this new gearing system. I'm still kind of waiting it out to see if this sticks. Move HK, or not HK, M1. Yeah, nothing there. So I'm kind of waiting to see, is this going to actually stay the way it is? I'll admit, I don't like this one as much as the last gear system. The last gear system used renown and renown crates and stuff like that. And I think it might have been a little bit too random for my taste. I think that it could have been a little more focused. But that being said, you didn't have 4 kinds of currencies. You didn't have these different gear tracks that you had to try to keep track of and different things like that. So from that standpoint, I liked it better as far as an overall thing. No matter what you did, you got the same currency and you could buy the same gear you want. Now, some people complained about that because theoretically you could run low-level content, get the best gear in the game, then try to jump into a nightmare mode operation or something and just not know what you're doing. And so at least in this style of gearing, if you have high-end operation gear, you've run some operations, right? You know what you're doing. So notice that implant vendor is not here. There's a mission up here that you get from this guy standing next to him. And basically, if you play the game, you know, making conquests, doing all these kind of things, you'll get charges towards this 100. Once you have that done, you come back, you talk to him, it opens up that implant vendor, and you can get those implants as well. I haven't done anything really since we hit level 80 on this character because we did that in the final stream of this character, so not a big thing there. All right. That was not necessarily what today's stream was about. Hey, Tim. How you doing? But it is a question that I got in one of the comments of one of the other stream videos, so definitely worth talking about. So, what's on the agenda for today? Well, like I said, I ran some Twitter polls trying to figure out what should be the next thing, and continuing this character's story was in there. Now, he's level capped. We are so far over leveled for what we're about to do. Like I said, the gear's not really going to matter. We might do some Datacron hunting as well. That was on the list. So we might play around with that a little bit as well. Okay. So I think that's all of the bookkeeping stuff. We're going to go ahead and just jump up to... Actually, no, we can do it here on Fleet. So our next thing is still part of the original game. So we're going to start with that. There was a planet called Ilum. Ilum, if you finish Corellia, that's the end of Chapter 3, and that's kind of the end of the personalized class, or what we call the origin stories now. So everybody went and did Ilum. So there's kind of a break of 2 different story arcs. There's an Imperial story arc and a Republic story arc. And so Ilum is just those missions. Doesn't matter which Republic or Imperial character you're playing. You will still get, you'll get basically the same story. Just in case anybody wants to see it, this is, if you buy a token, where is it at? It's called the VIP Lounge Wristband. That'll bring you up here. This used to be, I don't know, I'm an air quote exclusive. You got it with the collector's edition. You know, so there's a vehicle up here that you can get. There's some dies up here, I think. One thing I did do during Rat Ghoul events that works out kind of well is, I don't remember which quadrant it's in, but one of these areas is where everybody spawns in at. And if you want to get the achievement for infecting people, what you have to do is you have to explode and then spread the rat ghoul disease. And so once you're in phase 2, so in phase 1, if you die, you stay in it. But once you're in phase 2, if you die, you explode. So it's like a 10-minute wait for phase 1 and 10-minute wait for phase 2. But if you die, you explode. And so what I would do is I would come up here, and once I was in phase 2, I would just leap off of here and land at the spawn area and spread the disease to people. I'm sure they didn't like it, but so yeah, here's a collector's edition vendor. You know, it's got some dyes and customizations and stuff. I don't know how much of this, a lot of this is probably available now. As the game has progressed, I'm not sure if any of this is exclusive anymore. Okay, so that's the VIP area. It will kill you if you don't wait for the elevators, so try to catch an elevator here. There we go. Okay. So we got this alert when we finished our story. Speak to T9M6. That up on fleet here, for a lot of the flashpoints and different things, you're going to see, you know, these missions around that you can pick up. We are looking for that one right there. So it's on the south side. And this is, again, I've mentioned it before, this is a Herald Quest. You know, its point is to get you to things. Same with this one, right? This is to get you to go and do something. That's just a vendor, security key vendor. This is another one. If you do have the security key hooked up as a subscriber, you get access to this stuff. You also get an extra 100 cartel coins a month for having a security key linked on, so kind of cool. Again, not sure there's a whole lot of stuff up there that you need, but it's kind of there. Are there others? But yeah, you're going to see peppered around fleet all of these kind of mission givers. Like this one is most likely Black Hole or Section X.
Anyone seen the commander?
3 more stretch.
What's going on?
80. The war in the core worlds is over.
Yeah, I think this is...
That's enough. Battalion Commander Maurice, with the problems in hut space and Denova, supply lines are stretched thin.
What is the...
We're not abandoning Corellia without one last if you or your
Yeah,
forces
I think that one is Black Hole. Okay, but let's go ahead and grab the story arc here. Grand Moff Regus.
Hunter, Moff Regus. I'm calling to recruit you for a special project. It's called Operation Dark Ice. It'll be the most dangerous thing you've ever done, but it could very well win the war. You're the best hunter in the galaxy. Can we count on your services?
Oh, we're sticking with our original. We do everything for money.
I don't do volunteer work.
You'll be well paid, and you'll receive a temporary battlefield commission. It'll be your operation if you accept. I'm sending the coordinates for the planet Ilum. Used to be a frozen wasteland only a few Jedi bothered with. But a few weeks ago, Imperial scientists discovered a way to turn Adegan lightsaber crystals into the most significant breakthrough in military technology since the hyperdrive.
Let me guess. These Adegan lightsaber crystals can only be found on Ilum.
Ilum has the biggest supply, and our scientists have had more success with Ilum's crystals than any other kind. The Empire won on Corellia, but it was costly. We're outnumbered. We need the technological edge. We need Ilum's crystals. But as usual, the Republic's intent on interfering.
So, you need me to crack some skulls while you handle the boring stuff?
You could say that. Ilum's a nasty place. Cold as Hoth, covered in ice and mountainous terrain. Makes moving large armies impossible. I hope to see you soon.
Dark ice. All right. So, we've mentioned this before, but it specifically says use your ship's galaxy map to travel to Ilum. So if I did something like, you know, grabbed, I don't know if it's up here. Nope, but you can grab it off a different terminal. And just went directly to Ilum, it probably wouldn't work. So we'll go ahead and follow the rules, go up here to our ship, and head our way out to Ilum. While we're traveling, we'll do our first plug of the morning. I stream Star Wars: The Old Republic for a group called Extra Life. Extra Life is charitable organization that raises money for the Children's Miracle Network of Hospitals. If you are able, donations are always appreciated. You can find my donation link in the chat or in the description down below. If you are not able, that's fine as well. Just hanging out, talking, asking questions, sharing my links. It all helps, and I appreciate the support. All right, while we do hit the kind of the ship here, you're going to notice this little terminal. Once you finish the story, it opens up a lot of stuff. So if you follow things in order, once you do Ilum, you've kind of got Rise of the Hutt Cartel here, and then you go on to the Oricon stuff. You get into the Shadow of Revan, then you get into the Fallen Empire and Eternal Throne stuff. Once you get through that, then you get into these other things. Now you'll notice that here they recommend, hey, you shouldn't do these if you want to do this other content. So if I went here and said, you know what, let's just start Fallen Empire, it finishes, I'm going to air quote, finishes all of the previous missions and stuff. It just kind of says, okay, you're kind of skipping that stuff. We'll give you some default answers and things like that. So, all right, now that we're on our ship, we can go ahead and do our travel to Ilum. So yeah, that triggered that. And again, if we went directly to the planet, maybe that might have triggered, but there it is. Look at that storm. All right, on to Ilum we go. Now they often do this because there's something they want you to see. In this case, I think it is cold weather gear. That might have been Hoth, though. I can't remember. But you get to see a really, really cool animation of our ship. Not sure if it's cool or not, but depends on how deeply immersed you get into your RP spirit inside. If you're willing to do that, these kind of things can matter a lot. So we're up on the orbital station now, and one of two things is going to happen. Either there's going to be some kind of a other quest or thing we're going to do up here, or this guy we need to meet with might be up here on the station. So we'll jump in here and take a look. Alright, so that's a flashpoint. I'm not going to worry about that. Don't see anything else. So it might just be go down to the planet. It appears so. So sometimes they'll have like a quest here where it's like, hey, talk to this guy and you get some backstory or different things along those lines. Be careful you don't go back to your ship on this. That can be an easy misclick. And you get to walk through the station again. Alright, here we are. We are on Ilum. Ilum's not a huge planet. This is all kind of just one section. There's this little tunnel, and then there's this other section here that used to be kind of a open PvP pseudo like Outlaw's Den on Tatooine. This is now where the Gree event takes place. So all the Gree stuff is over there. All right, into the base we go. So the way this planet's laid out, is this up here is kind of the Imperial section. This down here is kind of the Republic section. You get a little bit of mixing over here on the west side. The Republic base is, I think, right there, right in that area or something like that. There's a heroic area there. There's a heroic area here, and then there's a Republic base here and an Imperial base like here. Is pretty much the layout. And this works like any other planet, just kind of at a smaller scope. You know, there are missions. We'll go ahead and grab this heroic. I think there's only one heroic on the planet, so. No wonder people shoot these probe droids. That's annoying. Did I remove the threat? We'll just ask questions.
Speed. Very well, I understand.
All right. So into the base we go, and again, just like any other planet, this is our quest hub. This is where we're going to pick up our missions, side missions, and different things along those lines. If we look over here, there's our purple mission. We've got kind of a vendor area, all this kind of stuff.
Lieutenant, unless that shipment was blasted into particulate matter, it had better be delivered to this outpost by 2200 Galactic Standard. Is that clear? I have to go. Get it done. What, bounty hunter? I've got a batch of fires to put out.
I'm here to lend a hand.
Did the Colonel send you? Doesn't matter. Any help is welcome. A large shipment of raw crystal was intercepted en route to the outpost. We'll lose it to the Republic, unless it's secured.
I can't extort him for money, so...
Time to go to work.
It'll be dangerous. I've diverted what forces I could, but the Republic is moving on the shipment's position fast.
Alright, I don't think there's anything we need downstairs yet, but we'll go take a look here. This is most likely, if I recall, I haven't done this on the Imp side for a while. This is where the flashpoints will be. It looks like it. What do we got here? Yeah, Battle of Ilum, False Emperor, so those are the two flashpoints. There's a cantina down here. We don't need rest experience since we are capped on levels. So, yep, back upstairs we go. I think that's where you meet to get the story behind the flashpoints. And then obviously the flashpoints are repeatable. You can do those over and over again if you would like. But they do cap off the story arc of Ilum with the flashpoints. So. Alright, let's go check out what we're here to do. So again, there is our instance in order to do the next part of the mission.
I see 3 flaws, Major. You've split your forces, you're vulnerable in the air, and you take our enemy for idiots. You think that Jedi isn't expecting this? Out!
Yes, sir.
Incompetence everywhere. I can't believe it's come to this. Asking for alien help to save our empire.
Don't worry, it's not contagious.
That was the least of my concerns. Adegan crystals. Imperial scientists can now transform these glitzy bits of rock into the most powerful stealth technology in the galaxy. We want every ship in the Imperial Armada fitted with this tech. An unstoppable stealth armada.
I take it you've run into trouble, or you wouldn't have called me.
To succeed, we need 2 things. To control Ilum's crystal supply, and to bring our fleet safely to Ilum for modification. Ilum's no place for a war. Narrow passages, sharp jutting rocks, and the coldest wind you ever felt. But that Republic Admiral wants a war. He sent Jedi Master Jarek Kaden to lead the Republic's elite alien armies on the ground. Kaden's pinned us in.
If they want war, we'll give it to them. How do you plan to counter Master Kaden?
I plan to kill him. The Jedi think of Ilum as their planet. Only 2 of them were here when we arrived, but they have ruins scattered around the place. The ruins housing Master Kaden's base are too small for anything but a strike team, and they're surrounded by cliffs full of Duras shock troopers.
You don't expect me to go on a suicide mission without a strategy.
Our only chance is to lure the Duras shock troopers into the open, where they're vulnerable. I've established fake supply depots between here and the ruins. Master Kaden is over-aggressive. He's already mobilized the shock troopers to capture the depots, clean out the Duros at the supply depots, and then assault the ruins base.
Oh, the anti-alien sentiment. Oh, right. So if we take a look at the map. Oops, went the wrong direction. There we go. So you can start to see, you know, that here is our, I can't say class missions anymore, planet mission. That's the heroic up there. And then that's the side mission that we picked up along the way. So let's head outside. Now, when I was speaking of gearing earlier, there's a couple of things that we could consider. I rarely deal with it, but if we wanted to really get into the role-playing spirit, it is cold out here, so running around with no helmet might not be the best of ideas, right? So if I wanted to, I could put my helmet on, right, and look like a proper bounty hunter with all of my warming and stuff like that. I rarely bother with it, but if it is something that you would want to do, it's definitely worth doing. Most likely should have put this gear somewhere. Probably just going to sell most of it, to be honest. It's just, there's nothing special about it. It's just gear we got through the original story. So, all right, let's build a plan in place here. I think we'll head north first, because it seems to have a memory that there's more to this mission up here. It might be a later mission. So we'll head north. We'll knock out this heroic. We'll knock out this side mission. And then we'll finish there. Alright, so now we're kind of just back to the way we played before. Hit a planet. Hit a quest hub. Run the missions. Run to the next quest hub. Run the missions. Clear the planet. And stuff like that. This one is a little bit different in that, as far as I remember, this is the first time where, what do we need? Northern Duros squads, deploy the turrets, Western, deploy the turrets. This is the first time that the missions are linked so directly to the flashpoints. So the flashpoints in Ilum are actually part of your story. I think somebody has been here before us. Yep, they're there. They're up there fighting. Alright, we'll just grab some of these outlier guys. Just fighting around out here. Missed the spotter. The rusty bounty hunter skills kicking in place. So last week I played my Commando, Trooper Commando. Let's see, have I done anything else? I've been playing with my son. We're doing the heroic flashpoints, so I've been running my Juggernaut tank, which is a little bit different play style. And then here recently we started playing, it's an older game we picked up on Steam called Salt. It's kind of a pirate adventure game thing that has been surprisingly fun. We grabbed it on the summer sale and have been enjoying it, so we've been playing that the last couple days. I'm hesitant to get off of Star Wars for the streams. I could potentially be talked into it, but my goal was to make the channel and streams mostly SWTOR focused as far as gameplay goes. But maybe we'll do some changes there. I don't know what he's doing. That's a companion. Where did the guy go? Is he stealther? Oh, he was over doing a turret. So what he's doing, and I don't blame him, he's trying to beat me to the turrets. So he gets credit for him. That's the downside to this general style, is now I have to wait for the respawns, but they shouldn't take too terribly long. I think this group will knock out the... We have 13, yeah. This will knock out the requirement to kill the people. And now we're just going to have to get some turrets. 3 more turrets. So those are taken. See if they've respawned over here. If they have not, there's one. Nope, can't do that one. What we may have to do is just run off and do one of the other missions. Then we can come back and... Oh, there's one over here. Grab this one and then we'll see if the other ones... respawn when we get there. So it is nice to have something else to do. So we've got the heroic. The heroic's right here in this little village town spot. Kind of look up there. I don't see any turret locations up there. Don't see anything out here. Alright, this one respawned. And that one respawned, so there we go. We got the 4. The 4 we were looking for. But if those hadn't respawned, what we could do is we got 2 missions over here. This one's kind of up these steps, and then we've got the heroic over here. So let's go knock the heroic out. Okay, so there is a bonus mission here. Now remember, when you jump into heroics, you are dealing with usually tougher enemies. So you do want to watch yourself. So you notice now my health is much more vulnerable compared to what we just fought, right? What we were just fighting before was really little to no danger. So now we're gonna just try to take out one enemy at a time, because now we've only got 2 people attacking us versus 4, and so it's less damage output. And once you hit kind of a critical point, then your healer can keep up. You know, we're still floating low here, but should be able to survive that. Now, so that was a group of 3 strongs and an elite. So now we have kind of a, I don't know, a control group, right? We know, okay, we can survive that. We had to pop a couple defensives, but that's a survivable encounter. So as long as we don't pull more than that. So for instance, I wouldn't want to pull both of these groups, or this group and this group. Also, when I click on these huts to bring out the 2 here, we want to make sure that we don't pull an aggro. So like I wouldn't want to fight them right here, you know, intermixed with these guys. Now, another decision we're going to have to make here, and I thought about this and just haven't decided which way to go, is bonus missions. Really, we don't need anymore. We didn't need them for a long time, and so we were very much into completionist mode of gameplay. Don't need the experience. Don't need the gear for the most part. So it's one of those that, like, is it worth doing? My personal answer is it depends on how I'm playing. So if I've never seen the content before, yeah, I'll tend to do the bonus missions because I want to see everything. Like on this particular mission, sometimes I'll do them because they can get you more conquest points. So if you're chasing conquest, it can be a good thing. Sometimes I'll skip them though if I'm just trying to get through the thing the quickest. You know, so like the actual mission here isn't too hard. Is this one? Yeah, this is one. So let's go clear this group first, and we'll do one of the missions. All right, so same thing. We're gonna go ahead and take out one of the strongs, take out the other strong, probably go fight that strong, and then we will save the gold for last. Mako's doing a decent job keeping up. But we did pop our energy shield right away. So now we're hurting a little bit. Put a precautionary heal in place. So hopefully Mako can get ourselves caught up. And now we're just down to this one. So, this is the actual mission. So if you find two of these little huts, you know, you could bang this mission out pretty quick. If you wanted to skip the bonus mission part. Now remember, just like on the planets, if we complete the two, the bonus mission goes away. So we would no longer have access to that. So, all right. Let's go ahead. Now this is going to spawn, I think, 3 Jedi, if I remember right. So we're going to try to pull them around the corner here. So they spawned over there. Looks like 2. Mako, come back over here. Alright, well that one's stunned. She wouldn't stun that one, so that's a good thing. Those things can hurt. So we'll want to stay outside of that if we can. I think Mako's taking damage from... So let's see if we can pull him over to us. I can't tell if he's attacking me or... Okay, this one's attacking us. Move out of that, and... Yep, he's attacking us. So, this is a nice little... UI enhancement that I don't think is on by default. It's called Target of Target. So this is who I am targeting, and then this will show me who they are targeting. It's very useful in like group content. So like you can see who, if you're fighting a raid boss or something like that, you can see who they're targeting, and potentially make decisions based off of that. Another one that you can turn on is called Focus Target. So I'm going to hit the Alt key and F. And this is a target that I can choose, right? Like I can say I want to focus target on that guy. Again, this is kind of nice if I have, let's say I'm a DPS and I'm going to, that's the main boss, but then I have to clear out ads. So I'm fighting, you know, whoever, Mako. Then I can just click on that again and get it back. I can also swap those. So if I hit Alt F, I can swap between those. So let's say there's 2 bosses and I have to fight this one for a while. And then it's like, okay, go to the other boss. I can just hit a key, swap to that boss. So focus target's kind of nice. But target to target is good information to get. Okay, so I like to talk out loud what I'm mentally processing. So I've got a guy moving around here. Do I want to fight 2 golds and a strong? Probably would be okay. But if I'm not feeling confident that I can take that fight, he walked, I think, pretty much over to here. I can just wait it out, right? If I wait for him to get far enough away, so we'll go right when he makes his turn. I shouldn't pull that aggro. and I can take this guy out in a single combat. Nope. Okay, so what happened there? Most likely, even though he was patrolling, he was actually part of that spawn group. 'Cause I think I was far enough away that shouldn't have pulled aggro. But if they're linked in like a spawn group, it doesn't matter distance. You know, so for instance, it's not true, but let's say he was part of that spawn group. He would have run all the way over here. Occasionally you'll come across a fight that is that way. It's like you attack something and things come in from all over the place. Could be a mistake, right? Maybe it wasn't intended to be that way. But a lot of times that's just the way the spawn group is hooked up. And again, I'm not too worried about this fight, but just trying to illustrate strategies and practices that may help you as you're playing through the game. Okay, so we're in kind of grind mode now. Really, again, we could just end this mission by getting the second Jedi, but now we're in the bonus mission, and it's a multi-stage one. So 118 for killing the guy, 743 conquest points for completing stage 1. I still think probably not the most efficient way to gain conquest. You'd probably be better off just to get through these as quick as you can and then move on to another mission. Alright, so we need to destroy speeders. Okay, so I've talked about this before. This is a hidden way to usually get you to fight more stuff. If you get lucky and can find some speeders that, like these, you know, there's nobody too close to them, we can do that. That one, you know, if we want to go and destroy that one, we'll have to fight a group. There's one out there, we'd have to fight a group. If you get lucky and somebody else is in here, we might be able to get to that one. Fighting groups, you could just follow them around if they're not on the speeder stage and pop the speeders. I'm going to be selfish though. I'm going to pop that speeder so that I don't see anybody else here doing what we're doing. Just, I hate knockbacks. Alright, we'll dump some area effect on those while our shield is up, and then we'll go into burn down mode here. Yeah, a little farther away. There we go. Jeez. So again, this is kind of the edge of our comfort zone as far as being able to take enough damage. Not too bad, but 3 strongs and an elite is kind of where I think this character can handle it. Now, this is going to vary a lot based off of the type of character you're playing. If you're playing a tank, you can take a lot more damage. It's not that big of a deal. But you're going to kill them slower because you do less damage, so it's kind of the trade-off. If you're playing a healer, you could choose to put your companion on tank or DPS and then just heal them through it. Probably could heal a DPS through most of those fights. Let's see if we can pop this one without pulling that aggro. Nice. We got one there, one over there. Let's see if we can slip between these guys. And that's what I was hoping. So these have respawned. So if we find these ones that aren't guarded, there was another one over here. We can knock this stage out. So I think we did that with what? 1 fight? 2 fights? 1 fight, I think. Alright, let's see what the next stage tells us we must do. Access the Republic's communication network. Okay, so this is kind of a... I'd consider it a bonus boss. Try to do this without grabbing too much aggro. There is a group out here, but I don't think we have to fight them, so we'll pop this because I think he spawns out here somewhere. Yeah, we're far enough away from that group. This will most likely be a champion. But again, I've mentioned this before. A champion single fight versus a champion in single player solo content, usually there's going to be no issue here. So again, we were fighting those 3 strongs and an elite, and without defensives, they probably would have killed me. This guy, no, even if I just stand there and eat those spinning strikes, we're dropping down into the 80s maybe on occasion. Keep an eye. There's 88, 82, 92. I don't think we're going to see 70s for health. And again, if I want to move out of that to interrupt it, you can. You can do your interrupts. You know, I'm not doing any of the things. We're just... The term that sometimes uses tank and spank. Somebody just stands there and eats the damage and everybody else just tries to kill it. Since we're by ourselves. So yeah, like if I run out of his circle, it'll interrupt that move. So if you're fighting and you take a move like that that's doing lots of extra damage, it's a good idea to get out of that circle. Okay, that should complete the bonus series. And now we just have to find ourselves some more Jedi. So back into the village. See if we can find a hut that is... Yeah, see, there's a lot of guys around here, so I don't think we could get in and grab that one without pulling aggro. Trying to be a little... we'll call it lazy here. Yeah, this is going to be tight. I don't know if I can get through here without drawing aggro. Nope. I don't want to fight those guys. Mako, you can go and fight them. Is there one over here? So this can be dangerous in that if you wander through here too much and you just, like I just did there, you just keep aggro in groups. This is a good way to get yourself killed. Mako's going to take the brunt of this because now all of those groups are going after her, and I'm just going to run away. Ooh, that one hit hard. And they should all slowly go into evade mode. We will jump out of combat here, and then we'll go ahead and see if we can find a different hut. If not, we'll just have to grab one, clear the spawn there, and not be lazy. So this is where sometimes you can just be better off. Like the amount of time I've taken to try to find an easy way has probably been wasted. Alright, let's just take this group out. And I'll see if I can pop this hut without pulling that guy back there. But anyway, what I was about to say is, if I just would have done this in the beginning, as opposed to trying to find one where I didn't have to deal with a spawn and stuff like that, may have actually been quicker. Okay, 1 down. 2 down. And then we will pull our last Jedi group. And I'm not too worried about this group respawning. It is something else you want to pay attention to. Is if I pull these guys around the hut and I'm fighting here, and this group respawns, now we're dealing with 2 Jedi and this group. That would be a tight fight. Okay, what I'm hoping is I can get close enough here to not grab this aggro, because you do have a guy right there. And they should spawn. Alright, let's see if we can drag them over here. Alright, we're going to move Mako. So we want to separate them away from that group, right? There we go. So now that they're separated, I'm not pulling aggro from that. Now if this group respawns, could be a little bad. Ugh. Eating too much damage there. Alright, we've about got one guy down. Let's go ahead and move out of that. That's the other thing, you know, with that group over there, we have less room to maneuver. I can't run around and hide behind the hut. So situational awareness, you know, on your fights is important. Interrupt that. Probably should have interrupted that force quake. I think it might be doing more damage, but alright, we'll pop our shoulder cannon. I think our shoulder cannon heals us. Don't know if that's still a thing or not. I don't see heals popping up, so there we go. We have finished the heroic, and there's only one on Ilum, so we'll pop up this set of stairs. So this is where the one side quest that we picked up is. Locate and defend the crystal shipment. So we might run into some strongs now, but we're kind of back into solo content mode here. Not too terribly worried about these fights. Compared to the heroic we just did, not going to do a whole lot to us. Alright. Up the hill we go. See if we can just skip that guy. We cannot. Or I just failed. Yeah, we need 15 of these guys anyway. That was a horrible place circle. Oh well. I'm envious of the smugglers and sorks with their giant area effect circles. But they're probably envious of me of all the self-heals and survivability stuff that I can do, so. Okay, what do we need? We need 2 of these. Nice. Hopefully these guys will count towards our 15. Did another guy spawn in there? Oh yeah, if these count. They don't appear to be counting. What are we at? 8? Nope. That would have been nice if these guys would have counted. We would have knocked that bonus out. Okay, so on this one, is that a thing? Nope. I'm less concerned with the bonus mission. One, because we don't really need it. But also, I'm pretty sure this would be one where we can we'll just be able to go in and turn it in. There we go. So we're going to go ahead and pop the second thing. Oh, it said locate and defend. That's why we're getting attacked by waves of these guys. Kind of a cool little setup where they just keep spawning in. Don't know if they're on a timer or if they just come in when you kill a guy. Seems to be like once you kill a guy, the next one pops in. Otherwise, you could get theoretically overrun by these guys. Alright. Just because it was in the poll and people requested it, and we're up here anyway, we're going to go ahead and go find a Datacron. Now, Datacrons are nice for little bonuses to your stats. So if we look, I've already collected all the Datacrons. They are account-wide. So if we look at Ilum, where is Ilum? I think I passed it. There, nope. Fleet, Corellia, Alderaan. There's Ilum. There are 3 Datacrons here. A lot of planets have 5. The 5th one is a Matrix shard, which you have to collect on a per character basis. Those are not account wide. But Ilum has 3. So in our in our Ilum Datacron hunting, we can get access to this one that is a mastery, this one which is endurance, and this one which is mastery. So what that'll do is it will give your character bonus stats if you collect them all. I've got some videos I did a long time ago, so it should still mostly be accurate, where I compared I had an account that had no Datacrons and an account that had all the Datacrons, and compared the difference like in presence and different things like that. Okay, so since we are up here in the north, we're going to go ahead and go find ourselves a Datacron. That way we can quick travel out. So what we're looking to do is come up here to the north. There's one in the north, and then there's two kind of in the south-southeast. So we want to get ourselves down there. But that drop will kill us. And unfortunately, then we have to just respawn back at a base. If we could respawn where we died, I would just jump off there and respawn and just pay for it. But that's not going to happen. When you die to environment stuff, rarely will it let you respawn at that spot, because that could get you stuck. It could get you stuck in a situation where you die, you respawn, and you just die again. And that can be frustrating. Okay, so somewhere along here, I haven't done this one in a long time. There it is. There is a convenient little area that is essentially just a ramp down. That's far enough. We can survive that fall. And then we're going to shoot our way down the ice canyon here. So oftentimes Datacrons are jumping puzzles. You have to find some weird path to get somewhere. The early planet ones, that's less so. It's mostly if you know where they are, you can walk up to them. The later the planets get, they can get more complex. Makeb is particularly nasty. There's one on there that is a haul to get to. There's a couple on Tatooine that aren't hard. They just take like 45 minutes, to get, because you have to ride a balloon for like 20-30 minutes. The Rishi ones are a whole quest system into themselves. But if somebody else does it, you can collect the Datacrons. You just don't get all the titles and achievements and stuff. Okay, so back in here is where we're headed. There is a cave. I don't think there's any special objects. Like there are a couple on like Hoth, where you have to have like an ice thinner. There's one on Nar Shaddaa where you have to have like a chip or a code. There's one on Alderaan where you have to like blow up a wall or something like that. Also, listen to the noise. So that is the Datacron noise. So if you ever hear that, you're within range of a Datacron. We can hear it from this far away. It might not be accessible. It might be above you on a place you can't get to. So at this point, you just right-click this. Now, I've already collected them, so it's not going to give me that. But it'll give you a little animation, a codex entry, and different things like that, based off of the Datacrons. Okay, so that's Datacron number 1. The other 2 are down here. Actually, let's just go ahead and knock those out. So we're going to go just quick travel back to the base, because we've cleared the missions here, and then we're just kind of on the story mission. So just mixing stuff up today. All right, let's head south. I think we have to get out of the base first. There we go. Get myself oriented. Okay, so the other 2 are, well, one is boring, one is interesting. So the first one we're going to try to get is actually kind of in the Republic base. So if you're a Republic player, this next one's actually really easy to get. If you're an Imperial player, it's not really that hard, but it is one you want to be a little bit careful with. Alright, where am I at? I think we have gone too far west, so now we're just in Datacron hunting mode, so for the most part I'm gonna skip the spawns. So this is something I've talked about before. I always find this interesting. You can tell when you cross over, right? Notice now that the enemies have gone from hostile. Now the creatures are hostile to everybody, but they went from hostile to friendly, because we're now in the Republic area, right? The Republic adventuring area, and so their enemies tend to be Imperials, and since we're Imperial, those are friendly to us. So let's see. I can't recall. I don't think we can get down over there. I'll be honest, it's been a while since I've been on Ilum. Ilum's not a planet that I run much anymore. If I pop out and do the heroic, maybe. If I do the flashpoints, we're usually just traveling directly into those, or worst case, going into the base to do them. But coming out here, if you're doing the Gree event, same thing, land on the planet, quick travel over to the Gree area. Okay, should be approaching. Okay, so when you see these guys, you'll know that you've hit the Republic base. The Republic base is just down in there. Now, this used to be a little scarier in that you notice that I'm going to pop back out here. As I come up here, I get this little prompt. I don't know if I can get it to happen again. This said Republic territory. When you saw that, a countdown would start. The Republic territory, Eastern Ice Shelf. And that countdown would be how long it was going to be until you were flagged for PvP. Which means any any Republic character could attack you. Listen. Hear it? It's in this hut right here. So any Republic character could attack you. So gathering this Datacron, you're literally right on top of the Republic base, and you're going to go into combat here. You could get attacked, right? Because you're going to get flagged, and then now all of a sudden you have enemy status with the Republic. That's all changed when they changed the system. So we're in a PvP, or we're in a PvE instance. So there's no PvP. So same thing here. Right click this. Okay, so this one is a matrix shard. So okay, let's take a look at that. I don't know if I've collected any of these. So if I open up my mission items, yeah, I've collected a few of these. So this one is a red one. So we'll watch the whole animation here. So that's essentially the animation you would get for all the Datacrons, and then there's the codex entry. Now I'm curious, so there's our red matrix shard, and you used to be able to, I think you still can, I think you could, I can't remember if it was implants or relics you could craft with these on Droman Kos and Coruscant. There's a little crafting thing that you can do. Now I'm wondering, is there a Datacron I'm not remembering? Might have to look it up. But let's go ahead and we'll go do the one that I know about. And then we will see. So this down here is the Republic heroic area. So that's where we're going to head. Now this one's a weird one. So the game has these things called Exhaustion Zones. It's basically a way for a level designer to build a map, but it's like, hey, we don't want you to go here. So, like, let's say this was kind of the edge of the map, and when I get out here on the lake, I would just start taking damage, and it will eventually kill you if you keep going. That's kind of the way the game keeps you within a particular area. It keeps you contained, right? So you're trained to kind of be like, oh, okay, if I hit an exhaustion zone, I should turn around and go back because it's going to kill me. All right, let's see if I can remember exactly where this one's at. So this out here is essentially an exhaustion zone once we hit it. And so you'll see this start to happen. So you notice the background has changed, and we are now in an exhaustion zone. It's telling me to turn back, but what we're looking for is a little cave that I didn't see it. Might be down this way farther. Let's see. We came... Yeah, maybe right around that corner. Alright, let's see where it stuck us and how far we're going to have to go to get back. Ugh. It's a bit of a haul. So anyway, the way this one works is you essentially have to run through the exhaustion zone to get to a little safe area. And then once you're in that safe area, you can grab the Datacron. So we're just playing with my memory here because it has been literally years since I've gone and done this Datacron, because again they're account wide, so there's no need to do them anymore. Alright, we'll hug the right side of the canyon a little bit more this time and see if we can find it. I think it's right around there, probably. Don't know. So then the other thing I'm trying to figure out while we travel here is if one was a matrix shard, are there 3 other Datacrons? There's the one in the north. I thought the one in the Imperial, or on the top of the Republic base, was the second, and then this one would be the third, but we might have to do a Google search because I don't remember a third location on Ilum. Okay, so we're back here. This is our exhaustion zone. Maybe right around there. Let's take a look at our map. It doesn't show up on the map, so that's what we're going to shoot for. So we're going to cut directly across here, and then we're going to hang a right around this thing and see if it's tucked back in here maybe. Yep, there it is. So I just went too far. So you run through the exhaustion zone, God willing live, and then here's the Datacron. So this one's an odd one. This is one that there'd be no reason to naturally do what we just did, outside of knowing there's a Datacron here. So, Datacrons are very much like puzzles. The idea being you're supposed to go and try to find them. All right, let me see if I can pop up a map on the other monitor here. Ilum Datacron locations. Let's see. Eastern Ice Shelf. Contested Crossroads. Oh, take the elevator. Okay, I think I remember where that one's at. I didn't remember there was a Datacron down there. So I think the third one is in this area here. I think there's an elevator down one of these little branches down here. I think is where the third one is. Alright, let's go ahead and quick travel back to our base. I completely forgot about that one. So there are 4 on Ilum. I only thought there were 3. It can be fun to dig back into the game, so... Alright, well... Since we've gone this far... I think we'll go ahead and go grab that last one. Or virtually grab it, like I said. I no longer have access. So it should be... Now I just saw a description. I'm kind of guessing based off of old memories. But I think it's down here. So I think there's an elevator right here, which will take us down into this canyon. And I think it's down one of these areas. I'm not sure who the Imperial engineers are that built this elevator system. Outside of wanting to move large amounts of people at the very same time, I'm not sure I'd make my two elevators go at the same speed, but okay. Let's see what we can find down here. I like the layer of fog and snow. Well, wasn't there. If we don't find it on this other branch, I'll take some time to look it up later. Oh, I think that's it back in there. There we are. Now again, they'll sometimes do this as well. Like, you know, if you're running around up here and you look down here and see it, you'll be able to find it. This is also, I think this is the bloom effect. Let's take a look. If we turn off bloom. There we go. So now you can see the difference, right? Bloom is a lighting effect that is now turned off. You know, so if we look at this Datacron, you know, it still has particle effects and stuff taking place on it. But from a distance, that bloom effect makes a huge difference. You'll also notice this on, I think the loot pillars that shoot up from for your loot, the blue and stuff like that. They look a little bit different with bloom on. So now you can see, you know, the extra lighting, you know, that comes on. Now, if you get close enough, you notice that the effect is changing. But that can make it easier to spot things like this as well. You know, as we get closer and closer and closer, you can still see a bit of the glow. You can still see more light coming out of the Datacron. But it is a little bit different. Okay, again, I can't do this one, but there you go. We have cleared the Datacrons on Ilum. Honestly, that's a pretty good feel for difficulty, right? We had one in the north where there's no way to know it's back there unless you're just exploring. This one you could probably see along the way. For Imperials, we had one inside a contested Republic base. And then we had the one that, like, there would be no reason for you to ever find unless you knew it was there. So that's a good sampling of general Datacrons. Alright, question is this base closer than this base? Or, yeah, and I can travel there. Alright, let's pop up here. And we will continue our adventures. First strike. So now we're heading to the western squads. Doesn't look like we have to place turrets. We're just looking for 15 guys. You'll notice some missions here. I'm going to leave them because we are prematurely at this base. We haven't gotten the leader quest to lead us over here. So we'll do that when we hit that stage. Let's cut over a little bit more. I think it's all up in here though. I haven't been bothering with like attacking things like this. They might have codex entries. You know, a lot of times when I'm on a planet, I will go ahead and, like, first time I see a particular creature, I'll go ahead and fight it because you'll sometimes get a codex entry. Now that we're capped at level 80, I'm not going to get XP for it. Yeah, that one doesn't have one anyway. So it's one of those that, you know, do it if you want to, but... Okay. Are they all over here? That guy's Duros. He's Republic. So now what I'm doing is I'm checking the, you know, what has spawned in, because my natural reaction would have been to run in here. But that's a Towels trooper. We got Republic troopers in here. That's not going to trigger our mission, right? The mission is over here farther. So we kind of came in behind it because it's designed for us to come from the other direction. So we're going to make sure you verify that you are fighting the right stuff. Otherwise you'll potentially waste some of your effort. So let's see. More stuff on Datacron hunting. Ideally, a lot of them you can just find naturally in your progression through the game. If you just take the time to do it while you're there. You know, if you're playing for the first time. Now obviously, if you have played a lot, you probably already have some of them. You don't have to collect them all on a single character. You know, as long as you collect them all, you can get credit for them. Again, everything but the Matrix shards. Then the other thing is there are some that are more difficult, or you need a group to do. So typically that's the fleet one. You can find some videos of people soloing it or doing some ways to try to get through it. But a fleet Datacron run, it's not difficult, but it's designed to be done with a group of people. So it is up on fleet, and there's one person clicks this thing and opens this, and another person runs through, and then you put this person up here, and they pull people around, and you know, it is a group-based puzzle to get. Now the nice thing about fleet Datacrons is I think they give +10 to all your stats. I mean, there's just one Datacron that you end up finding. Yeah, it doesn't say up here. But I think it's a +10 to everything, so. Okay, so now we have to go to the camp. So probably, honestly, would have been more efficient for us to go back to our original base, given the way this kind of played out, but that's all right. So that one is, like I said, kind of designed to be a group activity. You can do it Republic side or Imperial side, and you get access to it. I think they're the same. It's been a long time since I've done that. But I think it's essentially the same puzzle. It's just on the different fleets. Wow, Jedi healers. So who's our healer? It is this guy. So we'll interrupt that salvation. Disturbance is an attack. Salvation, I doubt I can get that interrupt off. Alright, now the healer's gone. That'll speed this up a little bit. So we've got a bonus to defeat Jedi forces. That one's probably going to happen naturally as we work our way back to here. And then I think the final fight is up in there. We might be able to sneak by these guys. Convenient. Maybe sneak by these guys, but go ahead and fight those. What do we got up there? A champion and a defender. We're going to circle around so we can hit our cone to both of those guys. So sometimes which direction you're facing does make a difference. Alright, there's 3. Don't think we can probably sneak by these guys, so we'll go nice and aggressive. Interrupt that heal. Nope, get to it. Interrupt that heal. Nope, because my interrupt went off, I just didn't get it done in time. Not well played. Ah, I got that one interrupted. So Salvation's the big group area heal. Yeah, I'm not gonna get that one. There we go. Probably could have used my stun to get one of the interrupts in. That would have been a good move. But once the healer's down, it goes pretty quick. I don't know if those guys count. Nope. I have to kill the actual Jedi. That guy looks like a good victim. There we go. Not sure if I'll get a third interrupt in. Ah, his heal did not matter. Okay. Now we'll see if we can get creative in our pathfinding. There we go. So deactivate the force field. I don't know if we can slip. Nope. Let's see if we can slip around here. We can. Ugh. Alright, let's see if we bought off more than we can chew here. So same thing. Yeah, I pulled some aggro. We'll take out the normals first. And we'll move our way to strongs. Mako's taking a beating over there. Oh, that was good. Pulled another guy in. Alright, let's get these guys taken care of. Jeez. Doing alright. Not too bad. How's Mako doing? She's still alive. Okay. And now we're just down to the Jedi. So we're going to pull some aggro here. Pop our shield. Pop our healing. Pop our bonus healing there. And see if we can get through this. 2 defenders, which are both healing. Alright. Drop a little bit of that down. Where's my defender? I'll take him out first. Now if we got really in trouble here, we could actually go into our heroic moment. I think I'm going to. Yeah, the problem is the double healers are doing more healing than I'm outputting damage. So it wasn't that they were killing me, it's just I wasn't killing them fast enough. So we got a little aggressive on our pull. I think that this guy here, if we wouldn't have pulled him, the roaming second healer, we probably would have been okay. Ooh, I'm not sure if I'm going to get away in time or not. Alright, well, we'll fight low on health. Because I think Mako can be able to heal us through that. So we pulled 2 spawn groups and a roamer. Yeah, probably not the best strategy. Alright, so this should be the end of this mission.
No, Admiral. My guests have simply arrived sooner than expected. Rest assured this war can only end one way.
I was hired to kill you, that's all.
You just do your job. But do you ever stop to question what that job means? You are on Jedi land, and I'm only going to ask once for you to leave.
If you're done talking, I'd like to do what I was paid to do.
Surely even a bounty hunter understands sacred things. The job, the hunt. The crystals your empire hopes to turn into a weapon of mass murder are visible signs of an invisible truth. The Force. A Jedi does not kill until forced. I would sooner kill every Imperial on Ilum than allow these crystals to be desecrated.
Then you'll die for something you believe in.
One with the Force, I will be even stronger.
Join me for the Republic.
they rappel down. It's kind of a Star Wars meme joke. Doors in Star Wars are magical in that if you want them to open, where did he come from? Is that the roamer guy? I think it is. Alright, let's get him taken care of first because he's a healer. There we go. Now we'll get our ads here. Oh, anyway, so the joke is kind of like, if you need a door to open, you shoot the lock. If you need a door to close, you shoot the lock. If you need a door to be locked, you shoot it. Like these magical panels that when you shoot them, do whatever you need them to do. Based off of whatever story content you need at the time. Hey, codex entry. I've mentioned before, I wish the codex was an account-wide thing. So, alright, I think we are down to turning stuff in. So this will take you downstairs, so we're going to go outside. Elevators are unpredictable. It could be faster if the elevator came down right at the right time. It'd be slower if we have to wait for it. So we'll just pop in from out here. Okay, so we have to turn in probably our bonus mission thing. So here's the side quest.
Recovery teams are already transferring the cargo to a new transport. I don't think we'd still have that shipment without you. Colonel Baramak allocated hazard pay to you for the trouble. Take it, with my thanks.
Let's see how well Ilum pays in my bounty hunter rates. 27,945. Alright, somewhere. Oh no, that's the technology thing. Okay. I was just looking to see if there was a turn in for the bonus mission stuff. Sometimes you just turn those into a terminal. Sometimes not. Alright, let's see what Grand Moff has to say here.
This is a military matter, Malgus.
You appealed to the Dark Council for help. Here I am.
Master Caden is dead.
See, Malgus, we have everything under control.
Members of the Dark Council are not convinced. Dark Malgus, I'll just be observing for the time being.
Observing, hmm? Before his death, Master Caden ordered an army of Kalish mercenaries to take our only functioning crystal mine. We need the crystals. We need that mine. I want the Republic's Kalish army destroyed. Show the galaxy the price of allying with the Republic.
Where do I come in?
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. The victory on Corellia cost us nearly 1/10 of our forces. That's hardly a rate of attrition we can support, is it?
Does this have something to do with the mission, Malgus?
The Kalish are warlike, ritualistic people. In my brief time on Kali, I observed the ritual by which they chose their war leader. Challenge their general. Win their respect, and they will defend that mine to the death. For the Empire.
Aliens. You want us to recruit aliens?
Dude, I'm an alien.
I didn't realize the battle on Corellia was so costly.
New planet, new contest. We can't fear the past. The mine is at the end of a crystal cave, with several Republic outposts guarding it. Sure, challenge the Kalish general, then bring me his head.
Multiple bosses just confuses the job.
You're here under a military commission. My commission. I will not trust the Empire to mercenary freaks.
If we don't bolster our forces, there will be no future for the Empire. Go to the mine, gather the weapons of the Kalish warriors, and plant them in the ice to initiate the right of challenge.
Ah, the dilemma here. Who is my boss? The Moff has theoretically hired me, and he wants him dead, so that is most likely what we're gonna do. Alright. let's see if there's any other missions in here. Don't see anything. Check outside. Don't see anything.
That's worse. Eyes for ears, mouth in
I
its
think that's the
forehead.
one I was thinking
Some kind
of.
tentacle beard.
Oh, we got something over here. Spoke too soon.
You are with the belong in them anyway. Where does the Republic find these things? What are you supposed to be? Why tell this to me? This better be worth it.
Alright, so again, you can see them stacking. That's the camp we looked at a little bit ago. So they're stacking up our missions here. Alright, don't see any other side missions. Heroic we've already done. Let's go ahead and we'll manually travel it. I was considering doing a quick travel, but don't recall there being any other like mission givers out in the wild here, but we'll just make sure here. All right, so it should be back behind these guys. Again, same thing. Look at that telegraph. Pull all kinds of aggro and then run away. Okay, so the towels are down in here. We saw a couple of them when we first were looking around here. What do we need for this mission? Recover towels comm logs. So from a mission development standpoint, again, there's a bonus, but take the bonus out. You know, most of the time you're going to find the objectives of most missions are to go and fight some stuff. That's kind of the core of the game. And actually, let's take a look here. Yeah, we're within the circle. But it gets kind of boring from a design standpoint. If every mission is just go fight 10 troops, go fight 10 troops. So what they do is they do missions like this where it's essentially the same thing, but there's context to it, right? It's go find the, what is it, this one? Comm logs. Now I was making the assumption that those comm logs were going to be drops, but I'm not seeing any drop yet. So there might be something else. So we start looking at things that look communication driven. So I looked at that tower there. I should probably check that tower. That looks like could be a communication-y looking tower. I wasn't paying the closest of attention, to be honest, when the mission was going on. Yep, I think I see a clicky right there. So there is your mission objective. Same thing applies though. You know, they're going to put these things in areas where you're going to have to fight. Man, I don't know what it is about Ilum and knockbacks. They are prevalent. Alright, so I'm guessing we're going to need 4 of these towers now. So now that we have a direction, Sometimes finding that first thing is the challenge. So now we know what they look like. We just start heading to those areas. Oh, nice. That might have been a critical. He hit hard. It's kind of cool to see him one-shotted like that. Yet another knockback. I like that during the fight I just download some information off the computer. Alright, yeah, take that, harvest that. Looks like we got one over there, one over there. There's probably more deeper in, but since we're close to over here, obtain, what does that say? Obtain Tel's toolkits. I'm not sure what those are. I would guess again. Yep, there we go. I was looking for some kind of a cookie. So again, if you're seeing the pattern, this is similar to the bonus mission for the heroic we just did. Right, stage 1, kill some people. Stage 2, collect some stuff. You will start to see patterns emerge sometimes. Did it not go? Oh, we have disconnected, or we're lagging out right now. This is something, like I said, I don't know if it's me. If anybody else is having this problem, let me know. We're about to get booted to the server select screen. But again, you know, I look at all of my information here. My data connection is fine. Stream is healthy. Everything's working. As soon as I get booted here, I can go right back in. So my connection to the server isn't there. I don't know what's going on. I did some Google searches last week on it, trying to figure it out. I didn't find anything recent. I found some stuff from a couple years ago. So I don't know. Maybe, unfortunately, maybe a reinstall is in order. Really don't want to do that. This game is pretty large these days, but we're 2 hours in for our first little weirdness there, so I guess it's better than normal. And we're being attacked. Alright. I'm going to dismiss her and re-pull her because she'll come back with full health that way.
Try to be more careful.
Also going to do my self-heal so that she doesn't burn through all of her heals. Alright, well that could have been disastrous, but we prevailed. Okay, so now we've got another repair disabled heating ducts. So I think the story is the towels actually like cold, so they've disconnected the heating because they don't want to be warm. So what we're doing is, I guess, just annoying them, making their houses warm. Let's see, does it say? Recovering the operation that does numbers obtain the toolkits. Next, sweat out the hidden squads by repairing the disabled heating ducts on their shelters. So there you go. We're sweating them out. Oh, there's another terminal. There's some heating ducts back there. Hopefully we can stay connected long enough to not die.
Try to be more careful.
Alright, so we will multitask here. As soon as this guy drops, we'll put Mako on credit harvesting. We'll come over here, grab the terminal. Can't do two at the same time. Let's see, what did we get for all of those? We got 785, 633, 556, and 738 for credits. Alright, this will be 3 and 4, I believe. Oh, we sweat something out because we're getting attacked. Looks like a couple of guys coming out of the hut. Shock troopers. Alright, so we're 4 or 6 there, but we've finished the collecting of the other things. So we'll go ahead and drive deeper into the base here. Oh, this would have been a good one to hit early. It's got 4. Don't know if is he cutting it in half? I'm not sure what his deal is. Couldn't see him past the tube. Hey, we fought these guys once. I hate when I have to kill people twice. Not sure it'll let me do that. So sometimes you can do these things while in combat, sometimes you can't. Sometimes if you take damage, you'll get interrupted. Oh, that finished that one. So I thought I had one more. Destroy heavy machinery. We are just tearing this place up. Okay, so those are actually marked as items, so we can go and grab those. We'll go down to the southern one first. So we're working our way back towards this entrance, which is where our actual story mission is. There's been plenty to do along the way, all for that alien lady. As much as they hate us aliens, they sure are asking a lot of us. Oh. Did not sneak very well. One thing I don't like about this is true on Hoth as well. Is like I saw that reflection right here, right? But it's very similar to the color of things like this that you have to click on to interact with. So if you catch stuff like that out of your peripherals, it's be like, oh, I need to go click on that thing, and it's not a thing. So, all right, I guess we're just going to put fuel on the machinery. Oh, that was bad. Let's get the chest. Anymore, I tend to skip these chests. They usually have gear in them, probably some materials, pouches, satchels, or something along those lines. Let's see what this one has. We got a specialist reflex stem, a medium satchel of crafting materials, and a hardware techno chancery belt, which is 116, so nothing we can use. If we open this up, it'll give us crafting supplies. Those will go over into our materials inventory. That materials inventory, arguably one of my favorite things that they added to the game. If you played before they put that in, you would have sometimes an entire character. If you were using your legacy cargo hold, if you wanted to do all of the materials, right? So scavenging, bio, let's see, there's metal, the bio one, the crystal one. Is there a fourth one? I can't remember. But if you did all of those, we'll open this back up. To store all of these things, each one is going to take a slot in your inventory. And so you'd have most of your inventory filled up with all these crafting supplies, right? And then they built this materials inventory, and it is so nice. It is also account wide, which is definitely nice. So if you get into the crafting side of things, that's kind of cool. Oh, this one's different. We're not blowing up fuel pipes. Guess we're just going to drop that on top of the was convenient to put a dumpster for us to drop it into. Alright. Final stage. Okay, so this is, I remember this. This is kind of, I like this kind of level design. So now if you look, we're going to go into this place and we're going to come to here. And there's most likely going to be an instance here. So the final stage of the bonus mission is in the same place that we're going to do our other missions. Now, this is also why I tend to clear an area before I go to the next area. Because if you look at this, we could have come in here and gone through all of this and then missed, if we didn't finish our bonus mission, we'd end up coming back here later on. So you have to kind of think, usually, and not always, there's some exceptions, but usually there's a logic behind the order and flow of how things go. Now this is common area. We're not in an instance yet. So if anybody else was playing, it says there's 11 people on Ilum right now. That's the flashpoint, or one of the flashpoints. But I haven't run into, I think I saw one person so far. Don't think the Gree event's going on right now. Oh, there's a person right there. So case in point, right? Like, you know, he's probably cleared out some of the stuff that we would have fought coming into here. No bonus mission on this stuff, so it doesn't really matter. I guess unless you're just trying to fight stuff for conquest or whatever it happens to be. Okay, not gonna worry about anything down there. We're going towards that because I think that's where the instant store might be farther in. It appears that he is not, so he didn't do the bonus mission or has already done it potentially, but. So he took a left and went down that way. Which means he is just heading to get the story done. And there's nothing wrong with that. I think you can get a lot of fun and enjoyment out of just concentrating on the story. It's almost arguably fake, right? Like, if you think about the mission we're on, you know, we're supposed to be going and doing all this stuff because we got to get our fleet equipped and all these things. Yet we take all this time to go off on these side adventures. You know, you could make a case that skipping all the bonus stuff would be more accurate. I'm okay. How are you? So it's interesting that, you know, we are now off of our main mission, which, again, you can make an argument is not the way that things would normally go. If you're supposed to be accomplishing a task, running off and doing other things is probably not the thing. But that's also very much an RPG trope, right? Like, you know, RPG style gameplay tends to be based around, okay, there's the main story arc or main quest, but then there's all these other things, whether it happens to be side missions from other NPCs, you know, but it can be a whole side professions, right? Like, you know, to over exaggerate it, it's like, you are the only one that can save the world, and if you don't do it, you know, the world's going to come to this cataclysmic end. Oh, by the way, you want to do some farming? You know, come over here and farm for a while, or go collect some bunnies. And, you know, so it's kind of, we use the term suspension of disbelief. So you have to suspend your disbelief to accept what's going on. So, you know, you don't have to believe it's real or true, right? Like, that's not what most games are going to ask you. They just want you to turn off that part of your brain, this like, oh man, I just can't buy this. Just suspend it, turn it off and go with the flow and just accept the world for what it is. And in an RPG world, yes, this meteor might be hurtling towards the planet, and you're the only person that can save it by doing all this stuff. But on the flip side, if you want to go over there and farm for a while, that's fine too. All right, so now we are on the obtain these things. So quest design on this one, you do this either way. Really, the decision in this one comes down to the end. So notice again, another instance door. So instance there, instance there. So that other guy came into this instance. So I'm not going to gain anything by following him. So we're going to challenge the main guy either way. The light side, dark side choice will come from the... it'll come from the how do we deal with the end guy. You know, do we recruit him? Malgus wants us to recruit him. Is it the Moff? Admiral? Who is it? Grand Moff Regus. He wants us to kill him. And so, you know, again, it's kind of part of the game design is you make these choices. Now, here's another suspension of disbelief moment. Right? I always find it interesting that our moral decisions. So we're coming into here, we're murdering our way to the end battle. We're gonna fight this end guy, and then whether we let him live or not is where light side or dark side comes in. What about Thico Longshot's family? Right? Like maybe his family would like us not to have murdered him. But that got us our first piece. What did we gain? We got the Kalish rifle. What about these two guys? You know, their mom might not want us to kill them. But that's also kind of the, again, getting back to the suspension of disbelief side of things. It is one of those, it's just kind of part of how things work in game systems. So our morality choice will just come at the end. I missed everything on that one. But that's easier to also put together. You know, it's like, think how much it would change your gameplay if going into here I had to make the choice of trying to not fight these guys, sneaking by these guys. You know, how's that going to work? How's it going to change the quest design? How's it going to change the experience, right? Like, if I'm playing a air quote good guy, am I not going to fight all these guys? So the practicalities of it is, it just makes the systems work. Keep an eye on our heat here. We'll do that while he comes over here. Alright, I'm guessing... Oh, we can use some environmental effects here. Let's see if we can kill that guy with just... He might move out of it, but we'll see if we can just light him on fire. See how much damage it does. It's taking pretty... Oh, these guys are taking it too, actually. It's got a pretty wide range. It did what? 20% damage to him? 30% damage? Not too bad. So that's similar to the, you know, the explosion boxes or the different things that you get like that. It's just a different graphic. Alright, Nightbot reminded me that we are playing for charity. We play to support the Children's Miracle Network through a program called Extra Life. Extra Life is designed to pair up gamers, streamers, and people who like to play games with the donation, money-making side that Extra Life brings to us. If you click on the link in the description below or in the chat, you will find my Extra Life page. It's got a big giant green button at the top that says donate. If you click on that, you can donate pretty much any amount. I don't know if you can donate like a penny. I don't know if there's a minimum, but usually people do whole dollar amounts. So you click on that, you donate, it goes into the Extra Life accounts, and then they process everything and send it to the Children's Miracle Network hospitals. So it's kind of a cool system. We are currently sitting at $905, so $905 so far donated this year. So thank you everybody who has donated and participated. I thank you, and the kids and families that are helped by the program probably thank you most of all. My goal is to get to 2,500 by the end of the year. We're mostly on track for that. We really should have been at $1,000 at the end of June, so we're a little bit behind, but I think later in the year with the big events, we'll maybe catch some of that up. I am planning on or trying to organize a giveaway, a credit giveaway. I tried to do it last year, and I just don't think I did a very good job of either communicating it or making it worthwhile enough. So my current plan that I'm working out is to do essentially kind of a raffle or a giveaway, and you can buy entries into it. I'm thinking the first one I'm going to do will be 1 billion credits. Let's get out of... Oh, we forgot something. That's why we check our map. There's a guy back there that we did not get. We came around the back side here and fought, but we missed a guy up the hill here. But I was trying to give away millions, and I guess that just wasn't attractive enough for people. So now we're going to try something different. I'm going to set up some tiers of giveaways. So what you saw in action there is, notice I wedged myself against the rock. Some of this stuff you do out of muscle memory. Because always, especially if you're on a ledge like this, always be looking for those knockbacks, right? And when you knocked me back, I bounced up in the air because I hit the rock. So my current plan is to start at 1 billion credits and do essentially a raffle. So, based off a donation amount, there'll be an incentive button on the Extra Life page. So don't do it right now if you want the 1 billion credits. There'll be an incentive button that says donate $10, donate $20, donate $30, and each of those will have an increasingly number of entries into the raffle. And then when we hit some amount, I'll do a drawing and give the credits away. So if you want to be an instant billionaire, that's my plan. So right now, the way I'm working it out is, I don't know why I'm fighting all these guys now. Mostly because I'm talking and not paying attention. But, like a $10 donation would get you an entry. $20 donation would get you 3. A $30 donation would get you 6. $40 would get you 10, and $50 would get you 15. So, as you get higher in the donations, you get more entries per dollar spent. Not always spent, but donated. It does go to a good cause. It's not going to me. Also, if it is something you're interested in, completely tax deductible. So when you donate, it actually will give you a button that you can press that will give you all the receipts and stuff that you need for... Alright, we're going to leave those guys. For your tax documents and purposes and things like that. So, if you are really feeling generous, let's interrupt the heels, or at least one of the heels. There is a way to set up a monthly donation, so you could do monthly donations for the rest of the year. That would be awesome. Those won't be part of the incentives or credit giveaway, so keep that in mind. So I'm thinking about maybe launching that, I don't know, maybe next week, maybe August, not 100% sure. Still working out some of the details. If you are a player, you know, within reason, how many credits would it take to get you to participate in a raffle? Drop it down in the comments below. I'm gonna start at 1 billion. That seems like a lot, although there is quite a bit of inflation in the Old Republic, so credits don't go as far as they used to. Okay, this room gets to live. We're moving on. Although I think we're probably going to take the dark side choice here. So if you listen to the conversations when we were getting the mission, the Grand Moff made a point. He made a point that this is a military commission. He is paying me to do a job, so he would be my boss. Now, depending on how you want to look at it, this guy is just healing away. Is Malgus, being a part of the Dark Council, his boss? So does what he say goes? I'm not going that far yet. I'm a bounty hunter. I am not the ins and outs of Imperial structure. Man, this healer's pretty strong. There we go. Get our second thing in for an interrupt. So I'm not going to worry about as my employer, the Moff told me what to do. Malgus didn't say I'm his boss, so internal structure of the organizational chart of the Empire is not a big part of my bounty hunter's background. So that's the way we're going to go into this. I think the fight comes first and then probably a conversation. We'll see what our options are, though. So we put all the stuff up there to offer the challenge in their cultural way.
I am War Leader Gilrix. Who challenges me?
We'll be respectful of this.
The toughest fighter you ever met.
What do you want with the people of Kali?
Ooh. See, now this is interesting, because if it would have been at the end, we do the battle, we do whatever, and in the end it's like, if you live, serve the Empire. If you die, or I choose to just kill him, that makes more sense. We're gonna try something here.
The Empire wants you to join them and fight for them.
You have defeated my warriors. You are strong. You have issued the challenge. You are knowledgeable. But the Republic pays us well and offers us a place among their people.
So, I was so hoping there was going to be some kind of a the Empire pays even better, so.
What if I promise your people a place in the Empire? The first alien since the...
Yeah, so that's not really my backstory. I think we're going to fulfill our contract.
My name won't do you any good when you're dead.
What do you want with the people of Kali?
You are enemies of the Empire. You must die.
Then you issue a false challenge. Warriors, to arms!
So that might be. On occasion you'll find situations where if you make one choice, the combat will work one way. So in this case, it might be that if I would have just done it as a true honorable thing, I only would have fought him. Might not have fought at all, to be honest. I can't remember. I'm pretty sure I've done it both ways. I just don't remember the outcomes. I have thought about, and it would take some time to do, but playing through all the different classes and just recording you know, every light side choice, every dark side choice, and putting videos up on them, but it would take some time to get all that done. Okay, we got return, and that's I need to just take that off because I keep thinking it's another mission. So we'll pull that off the tracker there. All right, back to the base we go. But then just doing like, okay, bounty hunter. You know, here's a bounty hunter light side run through. Here's a bounty hunter dark side run through. And just recording mostly just the conversations. You know, not all the gameplay and that kind of stuff. Just the conversation paths.
Yeah, it's right here.
I see. So, no, you're working for us doesn't make sense for our character.
Do what you want.
That seems more appropriate. Oh, what do we want? Boots and gauntlets or boots and gauntlets. Okay, so we've got bolt blasters or demolishers. Bolt blasters definitely DPS. Demolishers might be the tank set, if I remember right. So these are crates. That way they can give you multiple pieces of gear. I guess it's going to be nothing we want. Yep, 122s. Now, one thing you can do is if you do find the crystalline bolt blaster set, right? You get all of this gear. So there's leg plates, there's boots, there's gloves. You know, if you do get a set of gear like this and you like how it looks, you know, you still can equip it as a cosmetic. You know, so I can come in here into the outfitter and put it into there. So when I say this green gear is worthless, what I mean is it doesn't have value as far as true gear. The stats are, you know, these are 122s, and we're up to 320 now for our gear set. But if you do like the look of it, you know, you can still get some stuff out of it that way. All right, let's go see if the moth is happy with us because we murdered aliens. As much as it pains me to do such a thing as a chiss.
Are you deliberately trying to provoke me?
I'm doing what I was sent to do. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have other matters to attend to.
At least some people around here still have sense. Good work at the mine.
They would have stabbed us in the back down the line.
Doubtlessly. The mine's been reclaimed. We can resume our crystal operations. Our best recon teams are scouting the Republic base for an attack. But in the meantime, we need to prepare for the arrival of the prototype fleet.
What's the job?
We need the fleet in place on the surface. Everything we need to build the stealth armada is on that fleet. But the Republic's anti-aircraft artillery installation controls the skies. Anything that flies too low gets shot down. The Republic's artillery base is protected by a ray shield and the Republic's best alien forces. Delta Squad will disable the ray shield, while you storm the base and destroy the guns.
Who are Delta Squad, and why haven't I heard of them?
Their exploits were usually of the Black Ops variety. If you'd heard of them, they wouldn't be half as good. Get into position at the comm relay just outside the artillery base. Contact Delta Squad when you're ready, and they'll bring the ray shield down. After that, it's up to you. Destroy those guns and get out of there. Alive.
It's sweet that he cares about me. So these actually have different looks. So this is also something, as we look at these two pieces of gear, right? Like, slight difference in the colorizations, but if you find one that you really like, if you're using it as a cosmetic, the stats don't matter. So if you want the defensive look, and again, let's preview that one with more of the reds there. You could select that one. If you like more of the blues or metal looking one, you could do that. All right, so now it's got me curious. Let's just pull this out. We'll pull out that. We'll pull that out. Got that. Put that one there. Put that one there. I'm just curious how close to a full set of this gear we'll get on the planet. All right. Let's see. We are back out and running. So again, we're going to do the old rinse and repeat here. We'll head out of the base. We'll look for any side missions that may pop up. I don't see anything here. Actually, that is showing us the defenses. Contact Delta Squad is inside the next base. So this is, I used the term before. It's called a Herald Quest. Think of the old, like in the olden days, where you'd have the news barker on the corner. Yeah, hear ye, hear ye. Everybody's attention. This has happened and that's happened. Did you know that the village next to us has been attacked by wolves? Any adventurer that is available, please go and help. And really all it is it's a way to make the player feel like they have choice. You know, I'm choosing to go help, and not be too heavily handed directed. But it gets you to the next spot. So what this quest is doing is it's taking us over here to this base. If we didn't know this base was here, now again, quick travel and stuff like that can help that. This is a bug that I've seen a bit of here recently. Is these turret spawns have been messed up. So it drives us over here to our next quest hub, right? So it's like, okay, now there's a new thing to do, a new set of quests, a new what we call a theme park of rides and attractions to do. So we did this one, which kind of ran us up here, it ran us back into here. So that's done. So now we're going to do this one, which is going to kind of be in this general area, and then we'll go back to here and do the flashpoints. I'm not sure if we're going to get to that today. We'll see how things go. So let's see what Delta Squad has to say.
It was a trap. The Republic were waiting for us at the shield generators. We're under heavy fire. I don't know how long we can...
He's not going to hang on much longer.
Somebody's played us for fools. The Republic artillery base is protected by a huge ray shield. We can't destroy the anti-air guns until that ray shield is down. Looks like you have a new mission. Destroy the shield generators, and then attack the Republic artillery base and take out the guns.
The Empire might save itself the expense of an army and just hire me next time.
We don't have time to scramble another squad to the generators. Remember, you won't be able to reach the Republic's artillery until the ray shield is down. Take out the shield generators, and then destroy the guns. Contact me at the Republic base once both the shield generators and the guns are destroyed. My men will move in and clean up.
Alright, so another suspension of disbelief, but also makes you feel heroic moment. Delta Squad can't handle it, but I'll go do it by myself. That makes sense.
You're here for me, I take it. For the record, I accept full responsibility for the incident. I should have ordered a second fighter pass to ensure that Republic reinforcements didn't reach the crash site before us. I have failed in my assignment. Do as you must.
Yeah, I'm not your boss, dude, so...
Relax. I'm not interested in blood.
No? I see. Perhaps we can still salvage the situation then. My squadron downed a Republic transport carrying advanced mining equipment. Ground teams were sent to seize it, but the Republic got there first. That equipment will quickly put the Republic's mining efforts ahead of our own. We cannot allow it to remain in their hands.
It's a done deal.
I cannot thank you enough for assisting in this matter. Our scouts tracked the Republic recovery team. The equipment is being held at these coordinates.
That's why I'm here, Captain.
Good hunting.
It's what I do. Bounty hunters are us. Let's see what the Colonel has to say.
The battle for this ruin is my purview. If you're going to be wandering around my battlefield, I'd appreciate you contributing to the fight. My troops have the stand-up fighting under control, but I've concerns about collateral damage.
I don't see the issue.
These ruins have no strategic value. What's important is the record-setting crystal mass underneath. Republic knows they can't hold it, so they're going to collapse tunnels to keep us from tapping the crystal vein. That can't happen.
What's the job?
The boys whipped up some beradium charges that will blast the Republic's heavy equipment to dust. Just need volunteers to sneak them into the dig site.
Credits have a way of convincing me.
If that's what it takes, I'll request the hazard pay. Check back once that heavy equipment is destroyed. And careful with those charges. They're touchy.
Sure, throw them in my bag. Where are they? Let's see what they look like. Beradium charge. These beradium charges should be more than enough to take out the Republic. Powerful items. I don't remember what mission that's from. Throw it down there. Something I did along some lines. Alright, what do we got? Here is where our beradium charges go. There is our shield generators. Oh, I think we got more than one mission out here. Claim jumping. So claim jumping is a bonus mission. The sabotage is the bomb. Recover advanced mining equipment is rightful owner. So those are all out there. So this is an interesting split. Our main quest is over here, and then everything else is over here. So you know what I think, you know, any smart person would do is I'm carrying around highly sensitive and easy to disrupt explosives he told me to be careful with. So let's go do a whole bunch of combat with them in our pocket. That seems reasonable. What could go wrong? Alright, what are we looking for? I think that one... I think one of these might be inside of the instance. I can't remember. There is an instance involved. I don't know if it's this leg of it or something else, but... Or I might be completely wrong. Alright, well here's the shield generator. One thing I do appreciate about the technical expertise of the people in Star Wars: The Old Republic is they just leave the terminal here so I can just come in here and shut it off. So that was nice of them. Alright, what is... So these paths, if you remember, that's where the Datacron was. So I think this, we need to come over here, and I think that's inside the instance. We shall see. So that is a feature. If you turn this little thing on, it'll give you a magnifying. So if you're trying to figure out something, it gives you just a closer way to look at it. So what we're going to do is... Oh, I was going to let him pull the aggro of that group so I could go by faster than him. I almost feel bad about what I'm about to do, but... If he would have run over here and taken this group, I would have just waited it out. Okay, destroy the first artillery gun. So, maybe there's a Republic version of this, that this is an instance? Or my memory is gone because... Or maybe the... Okay, maybe that part's in the instance. The guns are in the instance. I don't think he's Republic. It's hard to tell anymore. Yeah, he's Empire player. So in the old days, before 7.0, what you could do is you would just look at their class. If he's a Juggernaut, he's Empire. You knew, yeah. Well, now those class choices can be cross-faction. So you can be a Republic Juggernaut if you want to be. Okay, so this is inside the instance, so we won't be competing here. I will give the Republic some credit here. Oftentimes in the Old Republic, and it's mostly from just ease of use, but like the edges will not have railings and stuff like that. Partially it's just from design standpoint. If you put railings on everything, it just makes it harder to navigate around. They block camera angles. You know, there's lots of reasons to not do it. Safety doesn't seem to be a concern. There's no OSHA in Star Wars. And this is true from all levels, right? Like if you look at the original movie, A New Hope, the famous Luke Leia swing across the open trench pit thing there. It's like you got this whole bridge system with no railings, no anything. We just hope that our stormtroopers don't fall off. Alright. We need to start finding ourselves some guns. Get too far in here and not need to have killed so many people. Can I do this while he's attacking me? So sometimes you'll get interrupted in that. Probably smarter just to do it after the fight, to be honest. That's what Mako is for. Okay, let's get a little more selective there. We'll skip, if we can skip these groups. We shall. We cannot. I pulled them both. So, in my greed to try to skip past, I actually did the opposite. Now again, we're not in the heroic situation that we've been in on other stuff, so or even that Jedi mission where I pulled too many healers. These fights don't seem too bad. Alright, bonus mission is complete. Okay, there's our gun. Again, we'll see if we can slip by. We cannot, but this time we will line of sight these guys. Alright, there's our terminal. So we're gonna stand here in this little niche here, get them to all stack up here, and then hopefully do our damage. Some people find big giant area clear outs satisfying, and I think I can understand that. If you are parsing or keeping track of your damage, you can get some pretty spiky damage that way as well in your stat log. The bigger the group, what am I not seeing? Oh, there it is. The bigger the group, obviously, you know, the more damage output you're doing. So you're putting out damage to 8 different characters at a time. Okay, so this is one where it's just old memories. I've done this enough times that I purposely saved that one to last, because my memory told me that there was another stage over here. If you don't know that kind of stuff, it's not a big deal, but you can save yourself some travel time.
We're slicing the Republic's computers now. Let's see what they're doing out there in the cold.
Ah, Master Caden's killer. He was a good man and will be sorely missed.
Sorry.
But killing one great man is never enough. The Republic has always thrived on the effort of its united citizens. Lieutenant,
Input the coordinates of the Imperial base into the ELX-25 and fire when ready. Give my regards to Moff Regis.
Blast. The ELX-25 was only supposed to be in planning stages. If it's operational, it could obliterate our base with a single shot.
Wait, what's the ELX-25?
An experimental long-range cannon, supposedly years from completion. But the Republic must have built a prototype. Sounds like we're the test. We have to improvise, based on estimates of the ELX-25's range and the origin of the Admiral's transmission. It should be at these coordinates. We have limited time, and you're closest. Destroy that weapon.
Sometimes you need to adapt to survive.
Destroy the ELX-25, or we'll have no choice but to retreat from Ilum.
Wow, how can one guy be simultaneously smart and incompetent? He calculated the location in a matter of seconds, but didn't know the gun existed. Alright. So I see a path. Let's get our magnifying glass back out here. So we've got most likely an instance down there, I would guess. Let's just do it this way. There we go. Yeah, I think we just need to go out, and then hopefully there's a ramp or elevator or something right there. Thinking we won't, maybe could survive that. So this is interesting to me. You know, there's definitely a path to get down here. We're inside of an instance. If I drop down, maybe survivable. Okay, so there was an elevator. Yeah, it's just curious that theoretically, and I don't think you could do it, but theoretically, you could almost get into that instance area. There's no jumps you can make there. I don't know. It's just an interesting setup that usually when you're in an instance, the only way in and out will be that instance door. And in this case, we were able to leave the instance without going through it. Well, interesting to me anyway. You guys might be all just listening and be like, who cares? It's definitely part of my makeup. I like to know how and why from a game development standpoint. Just like, how are things put together? You know, in this case, this area up here is inside of an instance. It's now shielded again, which we turned off, so I would have been paying attention when I dropped. I wonder, once I dropped out of the instance, where does the instance line end, right? Is it on the surface? Is there a big invisible plate that's right up here? I'm just always curious about how things work. Okay, I didn't see any bonus things pop up. Yeah, that's the other one, so we'll just come in here and destroy a gun, evidently. Alright. Defender, we'll take him out first. Then we'll take the strong. Probably gonna have to clear most of this. Where is our... Looks like this terminal. Yeah, right there. So right, take this guy out. Most likely gonna have to fight the mobile there. Guy that's walking around. Let's see where he goes. Now we'll do this as a test. try not to kill this guy. Don't think this will pull aggro. Yeah, it didn't. Still gonna take him out just so that in case there's another fight or a boss fight or something, you don't have to deal with him. What did we get? Accommodations, tech fragments, tech fragments. Alright, I'm going to interrupt this. Another suspension of disbelief moment, right? We didn't clear the room. So we're literally standing here at the terminal. We're going to shut the gun down while all these people just stand and watch us do it. Again, is it accurate? No. But is it the way the game mechanics work? Yeah, we're not in their aggro range. You know, now, you will sometimes see missions where when you do something, then you know, a whole bunch or a whole group attacks you or something like that. But I'm also curious as to why I can type into that terminal, please blow up my own gun, but that's a whole different conversation. Alright, let's turn the magnifier. I usually don't run with that magnifier on. Okay, so notice that one is back there, but we do still have this to do. We're going to take advantage of a little bit of quick travel. That way we don't have to manually run out of the canyon that we're in. So we saved ourselves basically running this distance here. And so again, I've used this term a lot in this stream, but you know, this is where it's like, okay, obviously the Moth's mission is arguably almost in peril. You know, the Republic's fighting back, things are happening. It's time sensitive, and what do? We go in the opposite direction to go help other people recover some mining equipment. Is it the best use of our skills and time? Yeah, you make the call. Alright, what are we looking for? Plant and defend the bomb, recover advanced mining equipment, defeat Republic forces. So, again, this is an area where you're going to be able to see the area split in action, right? Here it is. Right here, there is a line where, you know, on this side is the Imperial side, on this side is the Republic side. And so it's literally just kind of split. And so in this area, you see that, you know, this is the Republic side, so they're enemies, but if you're playing a Republic character, you're going to come up here and do missions and fight these guys, which are friendly to us. Okay, let's go ahead and try to find some of what we need to do, just so we have an idea. We're planting bombs, we are defending things. I'm not too worried about the fights or the bonus, we'll be able to get that. Oh, nope, didn't see anything in there. I don't see any advanced mining equipment. Okay, so this is the center. So let's flank our way out from there. Yeah, we pulled aggro. There's something over there, but I don't see any clickies on it. The circle's pretty big though, so we'll do some looking around. So that's probably a Republic mission there. So let's pop up here. Oh, seeing some stuff on the ground here. Alright, so this is the equipment stuff. I see 5 in this area, so that's pretty straightforward. So from a play perspective, what I did there is I could have started fighting. Yeah, I could have started fighting back here. But I went ahead and just kind of scouted the area out and tried to figure out what I'm supposed to be doing. Because I think we're going to get plenty, you know, plenty of kills. What are you doing, Mako? So I wasn't worried about the bonus mission. So I might as well get to the area we need to do stuff in, because in the course of doing those missions, you're probably going to pick up a lot of the bonus mission. We still have a we still have a plant the bomb mission that we're looking for, so again, we'll continue scouting. Maybe here? These seem like something. There we go. So I think we passed one of these up here. Curious. Let's go ahead and pop back over here. Oh, maybe not. Oh, yeah, there was one back here. Let's see if it also counts. Because if it does, then both of these missions were nice and close. Yep, so we just didn't get close enough. So one of the things, I tend to run my camera out a long ways like this. Sometimes these interactables won't pop up. So you'll notice, you know, like because my camera's so far out, I'm pretty close to it, but it never showed it. But as I zoom in, you know, there's a distance, there's a draw distance on that. So if you're having trouble finding something, you know, maybe zoom your camera in a little bit, look a little bit tighter. It can help. All right, let's click on that one. Then the other reason I'm doing this first is I'm not worried about the mission ending. I'm hoping that these guys actually count. They may or may not. We'll find out. They're not special forces or Republic forces per se. Yeah, it doesn't look like we're getting credit. But sometimes the thing that you have to do will actually count towards your bonus mission. And so why not do it that way? Because worst case scenario is where we're at right now. Is okay. You know, we've finished the mission. We still have 9 more guys to get here. And so we'll just knock them out before we quick travel. But if that would have worked, it would have just been less people we have to fight. Again, we're going back to our area attacks. We have 2 strongs in this group. Yeah, they did a little bit of damage to us. Not sure what Mako's doing back there. We'll do the same thing though. We'll take them out one by one. That lowers their max damage output. Allows our healer to be able to catch up. And keeps us relatively safe. Now if you want, you can avoid the spawns that have strongs in them. Just because they're quicker. You know, so for instance, if I drop down in here, like this group of 4, we're gonna knock out relatively quickly. Just because they tend to go down quicker. Probably should have left this guy since he may go stunned in, but so that fight is definitely quicker than the ones with the 2 strongs. Okay. Turn in. I'm going to go back into quick travel mode. Turn in these 2 side quests, then go back to our main quest and see where that puts us. Off the top of my head, I don't remember if there's another leg or we go into the flashpoint.
I followed your instructions.
At this point.
Good news, good news. The non-coms will be able to start mining as soon as we've secured the ruins.
I'm glad you're happy.
I have the Republic mining equipment.
You do? Incredible. You salvaged my entire operation. I owe you a tremendous debt.
Not too bad considering it sounded like he was going to throw himself on the mercy and be killed for his mistake.
I expect to be well paid.
Yes, of course. I'd best see to my next objective.
That's just, what,
Again,
27,950?
my thanks.
Is that what we got last time? 27,945. I think that's the same as the other one. I've said it before and I'll say it again. My negotiating skills are horrible. Okay, so we're in a situation here where I most likely would just quick travel back to the base. I don't think there's going to be any missions in here. You can manually travel, you know, so we can just speed her up and travel back. If you are concerned with that kind of thing, you can actually just spend the credits. Because if you are on this speeder, the speeder is faster than your personal speeder. But it will also show you the map. Right? On the map you can watch to see, like, so there's a resource thing, there's a resource thing. So if there was a mission out here, you'd be able to see it pop up, you know, as you're traveling. So sometimes the quick travel is definitely the fastest way to do things. I've got mail. But also you can miss some things by quick traveling around. Operation Dark Ice. Grand Moff used to provide you with an attached compensation recognition your assistance against the Kalish General and his forces. The Grand Moff appreciates your adherence to traditional Imperial values in light of dissenting opinions. He hopes he can rely on your continued support in this matter. Thank you. Now, I would guess if you did the other thing, you might get something from Malgus that's similar. I'm not sure. Alright, back inside we go. The question will be, are we upstairs or downstairs? Still upstairs. If it was downstairs, we would definitely be going into the flashpoints, because that's where they are. I say downstairs, there's no actual stairs. There's an elevator.
How did the Republic learn of our plans?
All the more reason the Empire needs to reimagine itself for the changing times.
Once we build a stealth armada, we won't need change.
Still the philosophy. You hired me to fight a war.
Perhaps we should move on. Our conversation is not stimulating enough for the Hunter.
The Republic's base is built into a cliffside. The main fleet is going to batter the exposed side to oblivion. The objective is to claim the Republic crystal supplies, kill Admiral Shai, and open the docking bay door so Imperial forces can clean up. You'll be entering through this tunnel and hitting deep within the mountain, where the fleet can't reach.
And while you and the main fleet give the Republic a beating, I'll prep the Crystal Fleet for the transfer of the Republic's crystals.
A two-pronged attack. Are you on board?
Whatever your philosophical shortcomings, you are a solid tactician.
I earned my title. Then let's start the attack. Good luck.
If you've never played before, the Malgus storyline, especially on Ilum, is actually pretty cool. Alright, so same thing here. You know, you can do a preview if you like. So that one, you know, I like a nice big pistol compared to that. So you can claim these based off of their look, and then you could go ahead and, you know, use it as a cosmetic thing. All right, looks like we're picking up another side mission. I'll say a little surprised. Looks like another Sith.
Never forget why we do this. Never forget that the Jedi burned Korriban 1,000 years ago. Now we fulfill our sacred promise of vengeance. We demolished the Jedi Temple on Coruscant, and we have conquered their temple on Ilum.
Taking out a Jedi temple isn't easy.
No, nor is keeping it. The Republic wishes to retake what was theirs, and our garrison inside their temple may not be enough to defend it. We must crush the Republic counterattack and seize their leaders' battle plans. Whatever they seek to save from the temple, we will destroy.
We deliver a blow and learn the enemy's vulnerabilities in one stroke. I'll see to it.
You have my undying gratitude. With your help, we will keep the temple and burn away its impurities.
Alright, is there anything else inside the base for us to do? Doesn't appear so. We'll look around outside. Also looks clear of missions. So what do we got? We got an entrance down there. So it looks like we just have to come around. I think we'll just do these in order. Should be pretty straightforward. And then, like I said, it's been a while since I've done Ilum. It's probably been even longer since I've done Ilum. Now, here's something I don't remember. How many Datacrons have we found? We found the one in the north, one down the way, the one out in the... Oh, that's another matrix shard. Okay. I was trying to figure out, there was only 3 Datacrons, so there are 5 Datacrons, but 2 of them are matrix shards on them. I forgot all about this one. So now we've got 2 yellows. Same thing there. If in the old days as a Republic player, getting to that one was a pain. And those are per character, so it's not like I can just collect it on an Imperial character. Alright, what do we need to do? Defeat Republic forces, obtain Republic battle plans. Question being, are the battle plans something on a character? Are they on something I need to click on? There's only so many ways we can obtain them. Usually in something like that, I'm going to be looking for a named NPC or a, you know, like a strong, you know, probably not the siege droid. There's a missile crate. I'm not sure what that does. Let me guess bonus mission. There we go. But something like, you know, a siege captain, right? Like, that would make sense to me. Now I see a yellow. That could be the battle plans, or it might be just tech fragments. That was the Republic battle plans, so that went pretty well. But sometimes you will see, like, you know, like a normal gunner isn't going to have the plans, but the captain will. So if you are looking for something like that and you're having trouble getting it, check to see what are the things that you're actually fighting, and mix that up a little bit. There was more battle plans on those guys. I think I only need 1 set. But it appears they will continue to drop. More battle plans. Well, Captain has some battle plans too. I will say the Republic's not doing a really good job of keeping their battle plans secret. If every other person in the Republic has a copy of them. What do we got there? A named one. I'm going to try not to pull him. Yeah, because we don't need to fight him. There are sometimes achievements for fighting guys like this if you want to take them out. Don't think that's a mission for anybody. It might be, but we finished that mission, so we're going to go ahead and head out, and then we're going to work our way over to here to the story mission. In this case, I guess it'd be the planetary story mission, since there is not a separate class or origin story for Ilum. Corellia is kind of the end of the personalized origin story structure. Yeah, I thought I could get by him, but... Oh, now you have to pay. I was just gonna let you live. I was gonna go about my merry way of fighting and killing your frames, but you made the mistake of pulling me back. But all the stories after Corellia are no longer specific to a particular class. Now, that being said, there are class-based options and differences to them. You know, whether it's usually like a conversation difference, or you know, how your companions react to you, different things like that. Oh, these guys are going to be annoying. You got pulls and pushes. So if you do them on different classes, well, the main story arc is going to be pretty much the same. There will be flavor differences from class to class. Alright, let's take a peek. Looks like we have to go up there. Then I'm going to guess we're going to go back down here. Somewhere in here we're probably going to find an instance, I would guess. Yeah, it's kind of a weird setup. I was thinking at the T intersection, but I'm not seeing anything yet. Sometimes you'll see a good chunk of it being public, and then something like, you know, if this is the boss fight, the instance will be right there, so everybody gets their own copy of that. Alright, well, let's head in and see what we can do. Think I can skirt through those? Nope. Probably at this point it'd just be better to pick a group and fight it. And trying to slip by and pulling both groups. There, see, I can do that too. Ooh, he's got the rocket punch. Is that what it's called on this character? Flaming fist on this character. Don't know if rocket punch is the generic name and that's upgraded. Yeah, it replaces rocket punch. So. Pretty devastating punch. I'll be honest, I don't remember Ilum taking this long. That being said, we did spend the first, I don't know what, half hour or so just looking at gear. So that's a little bit different. That slowed us down a bit. Fire, fire, fire. Rocket punch. Oh, didn't get it off in time. I'm sorry. I apologize. Flaming fist. Good thing I have strong hands, evidently. Or is it more a function of the armor? Is my guy wearing... I still got just mostly normal gloves on. Yeah, I'm not sure. Those aren't really connected. Either way. Getting punched by a flaming fist could be painful. Alright, what are we looking to do in here? Oh, we're in the wrong room. There. Okay, there's the instant store. I thought I was already in this room. So I got a little ahead of myself. I was trying to find my crystals over here. They did not exist. Alright. So now we're in an instance, so if there are more than one person working on this mission, we're not competing for spawns or story or... Nice job, Miko. Sure they pulled her in or what happened there, but grouped them all up for the explosion. That was kind. I always like it when they do that for you. They say, hey, how about we as the enemies all get in a big group for you? I'm like, thank you, sir. That is generous. Generous of you to do. Okay. This feels like it's just going to be do the same thing 3 times. We're going to open these doors. We're going to fight whatever comes out from the inside. And then we're most likely going to collect a crystal. Or maybe just the fight will be enough. I like all those telegraphs all aligning with each other. If you haven't played a game like this before, what those are is those are showing where an attack is going to come. Sometimes there's circles. Okay, so we just have to kill anything. We don't have to collect anything. So sometimes there'll be circles on the ground. Sometimes there'll be a line like that. Once the attack starts, if you stay or move out of that line, you can avoid the damage. So it's area-based damage, sometimes called an AoE or area of effect, in that, you know, the damage is going to be put down in that area. But since you're not being directly targeted, you can actually move out of it. Again, in solo single play stuff, I just stood there and ate it. I wasn't that worried about it. So another term, when you say eat the damage, right, we're just taking the damage. But it's one of those that if you are in a group or high-end content or in-game content, making it so that you don't stand in that kind of stuff. So there's a circle, right? I want to move out of that because now I'm not taking that damage. You'll sometimes hear the term "don't stand in stupid," you know, in group-based content. You know, it's just like, basically it's just saying, you know, I'm just gonna interrupt that one. You know, why are you just in that spot eating that damage? You're making life harder on the tanks, on the healers, and stuff like that. So oftentimes what you'll see is, you know, those kind of telegraphs are just a forewarning. Hey, this damage is going to happen or is happening, and it gives you a visual indication to not be in it or not stand in it. We'll see if we get another group. I don't see anybody in there. Oh, there came somebody. So there's an area attack there, right? So, but because I'm over here, I'm not taking damage. So it's one of those things that... then also, if you, depending on what you're doing, so let me guess. Yep, over there. So we'll leave this instance, and I'm guessing there'll be another instance over here. We still have a bonus we can work on. Anyway, so... Oh, nice. Look at my... So this is also the kind of stuff you can do inside of an instance, right? Will they attack them? Or are they just going to stand there and play nice? That's kind of funny. But inside of an instance, you can do something like that, right? That's a story moment where now the troopers have come in, they've secured the stuff. It's purely animation and scripted because they're just standing there. The droids are slowly making their way in. They're loader droids, so they're coming in to get the crystals. You know, he secured that. He secured the door here. So it's kind of... It allows you to do stuff that maybe adds more context to your story. But if this wasn't an instance, you know, it wouldn't make sense for somebody else. You know, if they come in here and these guys are already here or something like that. So that was kind of cool to see. Get to see the little...
We'll talk later.
Where did the droids go? What's he gonna do? I'm guessing it's just gonna come in here and stop because most people at this point has left. You miss a lot if you just work your way through the game and, you know, like I would have. As soon as I got this mission done, I'm just like, I'm out. I'm gonna go to my next objective. I'm not gonna stand here normally and watch the loader droid to see where he goes. So yeah, he was scripted to mostly just walk in there. I'm gonna guess the ones on this side are the same way. They have a spot that they're gonna walk to. That one looked confused. I'm not sure why he's standing there, but again, most people are never gonna see that. Oh, no, he's still working. Can I turn the shield back on? Nope. He does his little animation, like he grabs something. Then he looks around. Oh, then he moves again. Guess he's sorting crystals. I'm not sure what he's doing. But from a development standpoint, one thing that I do like to call attention to is somebody did that. Oh, yeah, he's doing the same thing. So we left him over here. You know, somebody implemented this behavior. You know, whether it is a go to these random spots, you know, and it's just automatically walking. I probably would guess it's not pre-scripted, but you know, I would argue 90% of the players will never see this. Because again, why would you stay here? Why would you stay inside of here if you're already done? Alright, just for completeness, we'll pop over here. I'm going to guess this droid is doing the same thing. Yep, walking around collecting crystals and stuff like that. Now, what would I normally have done? Finish the mission, and we're going to head to the next objective, which is over here. There's an instance door right here. As soon as I cross this threshold, this instance is going to turn red. I can't go in there anymore. You'll see the guys have disappeared. So all that stuff is now gone. My instance is closed off and it's no longer available. These guys have respawned. So they were here when we came in. So we screwed around in there long enough that we now have new enemies to fight. That's the other thing. If you're inside of an instance, it allows you to control the spawn. Like out here, they need to respawn because multiple people might be in this area doing these missions, like that guy. But in the instance, you know, that's just for me. That's just for me to play and enjoy, and so you don't have to have a recurring spawn continuing to happen. All right. Conveniently, he will have killed these guys on the way in, so that's kind of nice. We'll get the guys on the other side. I think we're easily, yeah, this group's going to blow us past the bonus missions. Not sure how many we're going to be able to sneak past once we get farther in here. We shall see. Is that clickable? Nope. Just a trick of the light. Alright, that group we're definitely not going to be able to sneak past. Now, unfortunately, when you're going from an open area like we are now to most likely, which is going to be another instance, if you're in combat, you can't enter the instance. If it's the other way around, if you're going from an instance and leaving the instance, that will end combat. Yeah, let's just do this. I'm going to try to sneak in between them, and I've been pulling both groups that way, so we'll just attack one so we don't have to worry about it. I may go kill that guy over there. There we go. Yep, I think I thought I saw it. Yep, okay, yeah, there's an instance door up there. Say, thought I saw green, and then sometimes just the tunnels can look green. So while it looked like a phase or an instance door, it isn't actually. But it looks like there's one right at the end of the hall here, which will be right there at that point. And that's where we go back and do our own private phase and do our bit of the story. Another suspension of disbelief moment, that's the theme of this stream, is we are following this story. So was that other guy that ran in here, right? That's another thing, just turn it off in your head. Like, you're on your own private quest. You know, don't think about the fact that, you know, thousands and thousands of people have done it, are doing it. You know, just accept it for what it is and move forward. You're a hero in the galaxy. If you want to be. Alright, what are we looking at here? Speak to Admiral Shy. I think that's his name. Alright, let's map out. So there's something here. Feels like there's going to be another part to this, so let's see what he has to say.
I hope you understand the futility of all of this.
You claim the crystals for the Empire. They build their armada. We will find a way to detect it, to destroy it. And then, the Empire will build something bigger and better. On and on and on, until we destroy each other or the galaxy.
Honestly, for my profession, that sounds like lucrative business opportunities.
Might not be a bad idea if you both destroyed each other. More for the rest of us. The Empire and the Republic are the galaxy. You'll be caught up in it too. You already are. Failing to understand that
some big shoulders.
will be your downfall.
Oh, might be dropping right into combat here. Well, that was, I guess, sneaky. Oh, we got people coming, so let's wait for them to come to us. And we can just drop fire on their heads. There we go. Okay. What are we looking at? Disable the shield generators. Let's see, what do they look like? Oh, I'm guessing over there. There we go. There's one over there. I can't tell if there's one over there yet. Doesn't say how many. Yep, looks like there's one there. Oh, that's sneaky. The repair droid dropped in. And another wave of baddies. And are we going to get the strong that comes in later? Alright, I am curious. I'm going to repair this one or destroy this one. I want to see what that little repair droid does. We're going to let him do his work. Will it fix it? Or is it mostly just animation? So in this case, there's a couple ways you could play this. Like, you could actually go through and just click on all these generators and just keep, I think each one's going to spawn a group, right? Oh, yeah, I got it on. So there's our next group. So you could actually save your fight till afterwards. Oh, he did fix it. Nice. Alright, let's take him out first. So, this is something that can be a problem. If there is a yellow, which is... Oops, apologies, I hit the mic. Which is kind of a neutral opponent. And a hostile opponent, which is the red one. Your tab target key will skip the neutrals. So, you have to either manually target them or whatnot. Now, if there are no red hostiles, then your tab target key will target the yellows. Okay, so now another test I would do later on would be repair one, or break one, repair it, break it, repair it, break it, repair it, and see if it's just 3 or if you have to have them all off at the same time to kick that trigger. No, we did 4 though, because we had to do that one twice. So I would guess you're going to have them all off at once to undo the thing. What are you going hide? I tell ya. Republic. What is he? Admiral. Republic admirals cannot be trusted to fight with honor. You're just leading your men to their own deaths. Whoa, I should watch my health. Oh, where's Mako? What are you doing? Okay, this is weird. I don't know if this is a bug, but you notice that Mako's healing me, but I'm not getting healed. See, it's saying Mako 0. So those heals weren't happening. She thought she was healing me. Let's check something here.
All right. Hey. You all right?
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what's going on there, because the skills are being triggered. They're happening on me. I'm getting these buffs. Damage taken increase. Oh, that's what it is. Wow. Those are some pretty major debuffs. Decrease attack speed, damage, vulnerability, and trauma. So this is my debuff bar. I've changed it so it's nice and big so I'll notice it, and evidently I didn't. But notice what it did to my healing. So as this drops off, there we go. Now the heals are coming back. That's something I didn't even notice. So yeah, I guess it's just a race to make sure that you can get through all of that. Interesting. That's kind of a cool mechanic. You'll find sometimes in boss fights there'll be something different like that you have to deal with.
I suppose you think that if you just killed me, this will all be over. What did I tell you about destroying great men? The Empire will fail because it insists on being a set of individuals rather than a true citizen.
Oh man, I completely already forgot about what we're supposed to be doing. Radiant Dark Ice. UFO the Republic files will return. And decide his fate. Let's see, I'm trying to think back to the conversation. Feels like they're going to want me to kill him, so we'll pretend that's what I heard.
If you just killed me, the Empire will fail because it insists on being a set of individuals rather than a true citizenship. Because it insists on pushing everyone else to the margins. We pull the weak up and become stronger as a result.
Man, I wish I could remember.
Save your breath. You're dead.
We'll just assume that's what the Muff wanted. It's what he's wanted for everything else. So. Alright, what else do we gotta do? Open the docking bay doors. There's a 2001 reference there if you have seen the movie. This is where the, sorry Dave, I cannot do that. Now, if you don't finish the mission and you really don't like the outcome of a mission, and this would be really highly contingent on your role play, like when we go turn this in, if he says, man, wish you would have taken him alive, you can reset most of these missions and do it all again if it is that important to you. So here on our return, you know, now sometimes on these missions, we'll see if we can do it outside. When you're inside the instance, sometimes you can't do this. Let's jump here. On side missions, it works better. On main story missions, I think you normally still can. It kind of depends on how it's done. But let's take a look here. Yeah, so I could reset this, which means I'd have to do that entire thing over again. But if you do make a mistake and you don't like the outcome of the mission, so in this case, we killed the Admiral, and for whatever reason, let's say the Admiral or our Grand Moff is mad at us because it's like, you know, whatever reason.
I
could reset the mission and go do it again for the outcome that I want.
The Republic battle plans for the Jedi Temple. All the data, all the relics they wish to recover. We will purge it all. Our revenge upon the Jedi will proceed.
Okay, so when you see something like this happen, so notice that if I control click, I can put that helmet on and off. I can turn that one on and off. But if I equip that one, and then I go to equip this one, and it turns it off, all that means is it's the same model. And why I'm getting the Force Lord's headgear, I have no idea. Actually, I think they are exactly the same. Yep, that feels like a bug there, but who knows? That's one thing I try to be careful about. Is it's easy to jump to the conclusion, like I did with the healing. Like, oh, what's going on here? Why is it a bug? When it was actually a game mechanic. I just missed it. So I try not to jump to those conclusions if I can help it, but Force Lord is a gear set for Inquisitors, I believe. So why I got that, I'm not 100% sure.
I don't care what you have to do, Major. Find Malgus and find that fleet.
Admiral Shai is dead, and the crystal supply is secured.
Darth Malgus betrayed us.
Yeah, so there's nothing even there. If he would have said something like, I asked you to bring him in alive, why? Then you could reset it if you wanted to.
Better be good.
Fellow Sith, citizens of the Empire, too long the strength of the Empire has been beholden to the infighting of the Dark Council and the disappearance of an apathetic Emperor. Sith, children of Sith and warriors everywhere, I declare a new empire.
You go,
Open
Malgus.
to all who long for conquest, freedom from inhibition, and the right to follow their passions.
What does he think he's doing?
The Dark Council is dissolved. Those who would join Darth Seraphim in supporting me, cast aside your titles, and let me lead you to victory. Those who will not, prepare to face our stealth armada. The Emperor is gone. His station and power are mine. We will conquer the galaxy while the Emperor sleeps.
Not a bad speech, or the Emperor is gone.
What happened to the Emperor?
The Jedi staged a massive assault and the Emperor went silent. That is all.
It's interesting. I'll just say this as a general thing. Some of these stories intertwine for the different classes, and so the whole Emperor storyline is definitely something that other classes will deal with. Okay, we're going to skip over all that because I'm going to go with number 2.
Malgus makes some good points.
Are you mad? The last thing the Empire needs is a civil war. If Malgus is able to construct the stealth armada, he'll be unstoppable. I know I've asked too much of you already, but this new Empire can't succeed. I need your help to stop Darth Malgus.
I saw Pay and wanted to do that one, but that's a revenge one.
Taking out Darths never gets old.
Then you ought to enjoy yourself. I will convene an emergency war council. Take this time to prepare for battle, then meet me in my bunker. Darth Malgus will not survive this day.
Alright, so as long as I would have exited before this happens, right? Once this clicks, the mission is no longer in my mission log. This is a new mission, so I can't reset it, right? But before all that, I could have reset this at any time. Alright, let's see. What does that gun look like? Yeah, don't care. Alright. So I'm guessing XT9T is going to be downstairs. So we are at the point of the flashpoint. We'll pop downstairs here real quick to take a peek. But from a timing standpoint, we're not going to get through 1, let alone 2 flashpoints by the time the stream ends. So we'll go down and take a look at what's going on. How have we been doing on Conquest? Did we make Conquest today? Holy cow, we didn't even make conquest. Interesting. Might have to... Oh, there, that definitely is a bug, though. I've seen this happen on some of my characters. I'm not sure what's causing it. A reload might fix that, but... Okay, that's interesting. I would have thought... Oh, no. Okay. I don't think that's the flashpoint entrance. So the flashpoint entrances are over here. The Battle of Ilum and the False Emperor. So those are the flashpoints. And again, you can run those as much as you want. This section here is the story part. So your first time through Ilum, you do the story, which means you run the flashpoints, but then after that, you can just keep running the flashpoints. All right, but we are going to do something a little bit different. We're going to spend our last bit of time here. We're going to go ahead and jump off of Ilum. And let's start with a planet we're familiar with. We're going to go to Huitta. So again, I ran a poll. There's a bunch of ties. I didn't start a new character. That was one of the choices that people picked. The other ones were continue with decon stories, which we're kind of done, and go after some Datacrons, which now we're going to do. So welcome back to Huitta. If you are familiar with the Bounty Hunter story, this is the starting planet. We're going to make this pretty quick. The starting planets, we'll do Huitta, and we will do... holy cow, Korriban. Couldn't come up with the name. There's 3 Datacrons here. There's one down here, there's one in a tunnel, and there's one way up here. And so we're just going to bounce around and hit these as quick as we can. So that is probably our closest. Again, these are all ones that you could get during normal gameplay. The starter planet ones are actually pretty easy. So what we're going to do is we're going to head south here. Now notice we are level synced, so we are only level 10. In the old days, before level sync, I would still be level 80. How did I not get a lore object? Holy cow, I feel like I failed Huitta. Not that it matters, but... anyway, in the old days, what would happen is I would still be level 80. These guys would still be level 10. And you would just absolutely obliterate them. But on the flip side, you got no experience for it. Hold on, I think I took a bit of a wrong turn. There we go. Let me go back up this way. Which is kind of annoying. Oh, that's why I never did that lore object. I don't think I ever even bothered going over here for anything. I come through this section, but... Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to skirt down along this cliff face here. And if we listen... should be able to hear it. Should just be right up there, but... there it is. Yep, I think I can hear it. Now can I see it? It's either right up there or right up there. I can't remember. Holy cow. What was I doing when I first started this playthrough? Besides skipping all the lore objects. Alright, we're going to go up that ramp, but before we do that, I'm just curious. Was I just a bad player? Because... no, because that's a lore object. Yeah, maybe I just never went down there. That could very well be. Okay, so our first Datacron is again, we heard it, even though we never saw it. They fixed this. This used to be a lot harder. You had to go up the side beams and make a jump or two. Now it's pretty straightforward and easy. And we'll slide over here and then just follow this ledge around, and there's our first Datacron. Again, I can't get it, but that's where it's at. Okay, our second one. We're going to go into a tunnel system here. This is also a planetary heroic area. There's a heroic mission, 1 or 2 down in this area. This one's tough to do without combat. So sometimes Datacrons are mostly just jumping puzzles, right? It's nothing more than figure out how to get to it. But there are some where combat will be a part of it. And so kind of keep that in mind as you're going after some. There are a handful that require more than one person. There's one on Quest that is designed for 2 or 3 people. There's one on Terrace that is a 2-person thing. Okay, we're gonna do the run through here. It's probably gonna get us killed. But what we're looking for is we want to get back here. But there's a weirdness to this one in that same kind of thing. We're going to see the Datacron, but we won't be able to get to it. So it is right back there behind that gate. Somebody has been through here, which is nice of them because there should be guys all along there. There should be guys all through here. So this is way easier. And they're all elites and strongs. And there he is. There is a champion droid right there that you have to do as well. So he's taking that. We're going to let him have that. And we wrap around here. And there is our Datacron. So let's get through that. You know, so we come in. There's a wall there. Fight. There's a fight there, spawn there, probably a spawn there, spawn there, spawn there. The champion guy there. And there are some people back there, but that's Datacron number 2. Alright, third Datacron. Gonna come up here. Now there you can see kind of the spawns coming back into play. So, you know, you're looking at a normal 3 strongs. There's definitely some elites in that area as well. Not sure what he was doing, because I don't know that he ever came over here and got the Datacron, so maybe he's just doing the heroic. Okay, so this one is up here in the north, I believe on that island right there, if I remember the map correctly. What's our most optimal path? Yeah, I think we'll just head up this way. Cut through the rust yards. So again, you're going to visit this area as part of the gameplay. So while you're doing that, if you do the thing, that's what I mean, kind of how that looks like an instance. If you do these things while you're playing, they're not that hard to get. Now some of them require a little more effort just because of the jumping. Like you saw some of the ones on Ilum. You know, they were a little more out of the way. This one's a little bit out of the way. Probably the hardest one on this planet. So it's out there on that island. But if you go around that island, it's too steep. There's no way to get up there. So it is a little bit of a jumping puzzle. Really, the corner here is about the only tough spot. You know, you have to make sure that you make a couple of jumps there, and then this pipe will drop you up onto the island. Probably could get away without fighting the guy, but and then here is our third, and that's just 3. The starter planets only have 3 Datacrons, so once you get to the next planet, then you'll run into the 5s. So yeah, basically you can't get up any of these spots. Alright, so with that being said, we have cleared Huitta. So let's go to the other starter planet. Now what's interesting here is this character I don't think has ever been to Korriban. So it's going to be a little slower in that I won't be able to quick travel around as much. That being said, the planet's not that big and they're pretty easy to find, so. Alright, so you'll notice that none of the planets explored, haven't been here before. What's really funny, if you listen, you can already hear one, right? As soon as we land, we can hear a Datacron, that's literally just sitting on the other side of the wall here. So the first one, pretty easy to get. Arguably, though, if you're playing through this as a Sith character, probably the last one you're going to get, because you don't come over here until you kind of leave the planet. We're almost going to do these in reverse order. So the first one that you would normally get while playing is the last one that we're going to get. Now, can I quick travel? I can't remember what that one is. I think we have to come out here. I don't know. We'll go and grab the next one first, though. So this would normally be the second one, since there's only 3. So we're going to come down into here. And again, this is all story area and stuff like that. You would normally go down into this section as part of the Sith story. If we get lucky. Again, looks like somebody has been through here. There are 90 people on this planet, as opposed to Ilum that were like 8. So a lot more people. Now they're going to be probably lower level because they're playing through their game. Let's see, control. Yeah, no, he's level 80 as well. Not sure what he's doing. Maybe the same thing we're doing. So we're going to come around here. Let's see, what level is that guy? Yeah, he's level 9. So if you listen, picked up the sound. Again, kind of hidden in plain sight type of Datacron. You know, this one is mostly just... Oh, that one's a matrix shard, so... I get another matrix shard. Alright, so we are 2 down. I don't remember what that travel point is. But if you go to a travel point, they're all usually also close to a speeder point. And if you're looking to get yourself around the planet, that can be the best way to move about. Okay, this one is not what I wanted. But this is where, when you first start the game as a Sith, this is where you start from. So this would be where you launch the game. This is kind of the first area, but there is not a Datacron in this area. So we'll jump over here to the Sith Academy, which would kind of be the second area. And then we're going to go into the third area. So the third area is down here. Then the fourth area is kind of over here. And the fifth area is kind of where we were at. But now what we can do is we can pop up here. I guess it didn't unlock our quick travel point. Let's see. Field research. Yeah, I think this is where you come in and then you work your way down here. Let's do it that way, just because I do want to show you something. So this would be midway through this planet. Some big old statues. I think one of those is missing a head. So you would normally land down here. If you look to the left there's the Datacron up on the thing. So normally you're gonna work your way in here. You're gonna grab some missions here, right? And then you're gonna fight your way, down this path. Now we're just gonna speeder travel down the path because we can't get any of the missions. So as you're working your way through here, you're fighting these guys. You see the Datacron up there. Actually, you're gonna work your way down the path that way. But you can't get to it, right? But then there's another little base up here. And again, kind of the same thing. This one is hidden in plain sight, whereas you can see it when you first come in. So as you're walking your way down this path, it's up on that cliff, but you can't climb up there until you get to here. And then now it's, again, you get your missions. There's a mission like right here. You fight guys up here. There's tombs you go into, all part of the story. Am I far enough in? Yep. And so right here, see this guy is collecting the Datacron. So there's our third Datacron. And is that all of them? That should be all of them. Let's check. Because we did get a shard, but there should only be 3 on the starter planets. Let's see, Belsavis, of course, Andromeda, Hoth. Yeah, Huitta had 2. Oh, okay. So what it was is I had already collected the shard on the Huitta. That's why they were all taken. I've never been here, so I got the shard. So 2 plus the shard. So that's our 3 on Korriban. So that's it. Those are the 3 Datacrons on the starter planets. We're going to go ahead and head back to our stronghold. I tend to log my characters in and out on the stronghold for a couple of reasons. I've set myself up a little base of operations that gives me access to everything I want access to for most of the things that I do. So, I've got a modification station over here. I've got a appearance modification if you want to change what you look like. But mostly I log my characters in and out here, which gives me access to my personal stronghold, my legacy stronghold, my guild stronghold. I've got a GTN. This just allows me to collect credits. I've got a mailbox, and I've got a vendor. So normally what I do off camera is, I'll look through this stuff. So somewhere there, I got a bolt blaster pistol. So normally what I do before I log, or when I'm logged off or after the stream is over, is I'll come in here. The first thing I'm going to do is grab this. I'm going to look and repair my armor. So 25,000 in repair bills. Those really escalate if you die a lot. If you don't die, it's usually not that bad. So I'm going to go ahead and repair that. I'm going to sell off all the junk that doesn't matter. Then I'm going to check to see if I can deconstruct anything. Because if you deconstruct gear, you can get the tech fragments for it. Right, so like this is my old gear set. I'll probably end up deconstructing some of those pieces. Once I get through that, anything I can't deconstruct, I check to see if I want to keep. So for instance, 31 power, there's definitely better things there. I'll look for things like companion gifts and stuff like that. Anything that's not in those categories, I'll just go ahead and sell. I'm going to keep this gear set just because I'm curious to see if we get the rest of it while we're on Ilum. And then I'll go ahead and go into my legacy storage, put anything in legacy storage that, like all of these type of items. If I had companion gifts, like these are all my companion gifts that I keep, all different kinds of currencies and stuff that's shared from character to character, all slides in there. And so that's what I normally do off stream, so that I'm good to go the next time that we go. So that being said, I think we're going to go ahead and call it. If you have any questions, please throw them down in the comments below. Remember, we stream every Saturday, 10 to 2, in order to support Extra Life. And all that money and donations go to the Children's Miracle Network of Hospitals. So you'll find the link in the description, find the link in the chat. Follow the link to my extra-life.org page. Or you can just go to extra-life.org and search for Deconstruction Gaming. You'll find my donation page up there. All those proceeds go to the hospitals. We definitely appreciate it. I know not everybody is capable of donating, so any support helps. If you are willing to share the link, get your friends and families involved, anything we can do to help the kids is definitely worth doing. So that will kind of call it here. If you have any suggestions, things you want to see, so far what's on the table is daily heroics, start a new character, continue this character, or Datacron hunting. They're all pretty running even in the last poll that I did. We'll see what's going on there. But beyond that, thanks. I got Darth Hinton in the chat. Appreciate it. Beyond that, hope you have a good weekend and go out, watch, play, or create something great. And we'll see you guys all next weekend. Bye-bye.